Yeah. What's good, baby? Just me right now. You know, I guess maybe I don't need this on. Check 1, check 2. Can y'all hear me? Oh, no, I don't need to do that. Can y'all hear me now? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Excuse me. Lazy, what's up, man? Bro, it's before 12 o'clock. What you doing, man? Is there an echo with me? Can y'all hear me? Looks like we got the counter back. There we go. I was just waiting to see. They're going to be in more. Mia! She can't hear me. Oh, there is an echo. Where's that echo coming from? Maybe I have to mute my mic.
There we go. Now can y'all hear me? Should be able to. Sounds like I got a cold. Nah, man, I'm good. You aren't on YouTube. Well, Leezy's watching me on YouTube. So's Rob. Roddy's watching me on YouTube. Dr. David. Four Tails Podcast. What's that about? What's Four Tails Podcast about? I'm interested. Wizzo. What's up, man? Oh, there we go, David. We're on now. Okay. What's going on, everybody? Hey, I just want to let everybody know we're gonna be it's gonna be okay. I know. I wanted it last night like everybody else did. I understand. It was disappointing. It was deflating. But we're gonna be all right. We're gonna clinch. We're gonna clinch on Wednesday. We could clinch tonight, but I don't think the Pelicans are beating the Warriors. But they'll take care of business on Wednesday. I don't know what the Golden or Doco's gonna look like. You know, people gonna be coming down there or what, but it's good. Yo, JD, pull up on the April 5th at Fieldhouse. We having a watch party, and we got a couple of things going on like in the next like 2-3 weeks. So we got a few things. Y'all pull up for sure, man. Y'all check out my guys' podcast, man. A week from the play. That's funny. Oh, okay. Chiron, what's up, baby? I still want to. So I'm assuming. Okay, I gotta get my son back into the podcast or the comic books. We had Miles Morales. We were reading that podcast for a minute, but that was when he was like 8, and that comic wasn't necessarily for an 8-year-old. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It is, man. Y'all be safe out there, man. If you're driving, it's nasty out there, man. Just go slow, drive slow, as Paul Wall once said. Okay, you're gonna run the D-Lo and KC joint. You're gonna run like the D-Lo and KC. So okay, and just point at me or something. Oh, Can I hear it? Good afternoon, everybody. Even if I wanted to have air horns, I couldn't do it. Damien will be in just a second. It's just your main man, Kenny Caraway, right here, KC. D-Lo and KC. What, how does it go? Oh, yeah. I'm Damian Barling. Acknowledge me. He's Kenny Caraway. Yes, sir. Acknowledge me. And we are here on this Tuesday afternoon after the Kings couldn't get it done in front of the home crowd. They lost to the Minnesota Timberwolves yesterday at the Golden One Center, a Golden One Center that was ready to explode, that was ready to blow the roof off this joint. Couldn't really do it, man. Kings lose 119, 115, and just got to wait another day. It wasn't Clinchmas. What they say, the Timberwolves were the Grinches that stole Clinchmas or whatever. I mean, yeah, they got us. They got us last night. But as I said on the before the show started, I was talking to the chatty house before the show started. You guys, don't fear. Don't fear. I know everybody's down a little bit. And me and Dame, we're going to get into it. We're going to talk about it a little more in depth. And I want to hear from what the people got to say and, you know, how they feel and how they're getting through this. Don't worry about it. It's going to be perfectly fine. Obviously, the Kings could clinch tonight with Pelicans or Warriors lost, excuse me. Warriors and Pelicans play each other in San Francisco at the Chase Center. And the Kings can clinch with a loss from the Warriors. And if that doesn't happen, they'll get it done on Wednesday. They'll get it done on Wednesday. It's going to happen. They're going to the playoffs. There's still 5 games in front of the Phoenix Suns for the 3 seed. They're going to be the 3 seed. It's good. It's good. We all right here. We all right. So I know last night was frustrating. I was frustrated. I wasn't
frustrated
happy.
Now.
Oh, this is Damian's in the building. He probably heard him
in the building. Goodness gracious. What's up, everybody? Yeah, hey. You know I got a show that starts at noon, right? Nah, I got a meeting scheduled. Hey, I need 10 minutes. That's cool. You know I got a show that starts at noon.
What's going on, Dave?
Man.
He's Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
That's what I wanted.
Acknowledge me.
That's what I got.
Oh no. Oh no.
Man. Goodness gracious. I feel exactly like every fan leaving the Golden One Center did last night.
That was a very, very depressing place last night.
You know, I always said it, the beam after a win is the happiest place on earth. It's very much the opposite after that loss last night.
It was very upsetting. People were down.
Well, rightfully so. That was frustrating. And I'm sorry I'm 4 minutes late.
Oh, don't worry about it.
I literally said, hey, I either have to text Kenny to start the show without me, or I have to go do the show. That was at 55. That was the last word I got in until 30 seconds ago.
We were on it. It's good.
I know you on it.
Business calls. It's good.
I know you on it.
But what I was saying though, Damian, was, you know, it's going over the Kings losing last night to the Timberwolves, 119, 115. Still haven't secured a playoff spot.
So, you know,
don't worry about it.
No, but you know what's going to happen now. And it's at the point it hit this morning where, okay, this isn't going to be funny. The Kings and their clinching scenarios is going to be the new joke. Because the Kings and the Cavs went up with those clinching scenarios on the same day. Yeah. And the first one I think was the Clippers lose
Saturday.
And the Suns lose. Yeah. And, you know, the Kings went. Well, the Kings did their part, but we all know that the rest didn't matter. Mm-hmm. The Cavs didn't clinch that day either. Mm-hmm. So you kind of got the same notice the next day. Cavs clinched. Now it's just the Kings. The Kings can clinch if the Warriors lose. Well, if the Warriors beat the Pelicans, guess what the NBA tweets out tomorrow? The Kings can clinch if they beat the Kings are going from the longest playoff drought in history to the longest clinching scenario tweeted by the NBA in history. That's about that's what we're staring at right now.
You ain't lying.
And God forbid they lose on Wednesday. Because then you've got to wait until Friday.
Well, we got to wait 16 days to
oh my gosh. 16 years to 16 days. And tell me, like, didn't it feel because I think part of the reason there was so much optimism and excitement last night was the belief that everyone this is different. The season is different. Everything is different, right? No, there'd be a letdown in the past. Ain't gonna be no letdown this year. No, this is a huge moment. The media room was packed. All the cookies were gone. The popcorn was gone. The water was gone. There were people there we ain't seen ever. There were people there we ain't seen in a long time.
Facts.
And there was the letdown.
It happened.
It wasn't there.
It happened.
De'Aaron said, we lost the game. It's not the end of the world. But for those fans who wanted that moment so bad, it was like, oh, okay. So, like, it's over now, right? Like, because we speculated if something happens Sunday, we're going to – no one's popping tonight if the Pelicans beat the Warriors, are they?
I don't know. And the only reason I don't know is because of the rain. That's it. If it was clear, I'd say
rain got Kenny. Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. It won't be the same as it could have been last night. I won't make that argument. But they might go down in the rain still. They really might. Like, this is a monumental moment for this franchise, for this city.
I tweeted this morning for the people that got it. You won't get it. This has very strong "it is your birthday" vibes. Now, again, I understand that you don't get it, but there are a lot of people that do. You just put up a sign with earth tone balloons and printer paper that says "it is your birthday." That's what this now feels like. Last night was the big celebration. Last night was New Year's Eve. And then today it is your birthday. You can watch television for an hour or take a nap. Those are your two choices.
I'll tell you like this. It's the only thing that will keep people from coming outside is the rain. The excitement will still be there if they clinch tonight. It's not going to be like it was last night, mainly because there won't be 18,000 people already there.
Give me a percentage of what you think it'll be tonight if the Pelicans beat the Warriors.
It'll be 80%.
Oh, you're bugging.
It'll be 80%.
I don't think so.
Like, what are you equating that to? First of all, like, obviously there won't be 18,000 people.
Yeah,
there.
the reaction is only going to be on social media.
Okay.
And
that's where it would have been on Sunday.
Well, no, there were people with flags attached to lowriders when they thought the Warriors were going to beat the Timberwolves.
They would do the same thing if it wasn't for the rain.
I don't think they will.
I'm not sure they will either because it's raining. That's the only reason. That's the only reason. Now, judging by the iPhone, it's supposed to stop raining by about 7:00, so it still might happen.
Man, I'm dealing with your boy right now. This is a day, boy. I'm gonna tell everybody what we're doing too. You want to tell everyone who we were talking to last night? No, this is happening. Y'all won't believe this. Y'all.
Shut up, Spearsy.
So Mark says, Mark Spears said, she asked, how come y'all don't ever have me on the show? And we were like,
wait, Mark, first he tells me that. I said, what'd you say, Mark? He said, y'all don't ever have me on. I said, no, hold on 1 second. I go across the media, Damien, come here. You got to hear this.
Mark,
come here.
Mark said, y'all don't ever have me on the show. I said, Mark, our producer reached out to you one time and you said you were on vacation. And an hour later, you were on TV. And he looked at me. He goes, that didn't happen. I was like, Mark, I swear to you, that happened. You told us you were on vacation and you were on TV. And he goes quiet for a minute. He goes back to doing what he's doing. You think he was eating? That might have been taped. Mark, it wasn't taped. It was live. What are you talking about? He said, I want to come on. I said, Kenny said, all right, come on tomorrow. Yeah. What time? 1:00. Send me a reminder. Okay. Hey, Mark, you good to join me and Kenny at 1? They lost. With several laughing emojis. And I said, I didn't. And then Then Mark says, sure, can we do a later time? And I said, you want to wait till the article publishes? I figured you might. He said, no article coming now. So, well, I guess we'll see if we can get Mark.
We can slide him into the other slot.
2:30.
Yeah.
2:45 work.
You know, that's the crazy thing about a writer. Like Mark was working on that article during the game.
Oh yeah, he was.
Like he was.
I already
grinding.
read it. I already read the article.
He was grinding, and now Kings lose, and it's just down the drain. You would get my Kings championship article all that time I spent there if they lost.
That man said no article coming. No.
I'm gonna tell you like this. You would have got my Kings are going to the NBA Finals article after Game 7 of 2002 if I spent all that time on it.
I hope Mark at least got paid for the worst because that man was working and asking questions. And
you would have got my full article.
And just to be clear, wasn't 1 o'clock his idea?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, boy. Mark's a funny dude, man.
That's my guy.
Mark. I said
that's my guy.
I told Kenny there's 2 people I see at virtually every game, and every time they look at me and interact with me, I'm 100% positive. They have no clue who I am.
Was the other one there last night?
Mark Spears is one of them. Yeah, I told you the other one. Mark Spears. Every time I see Mark Spears, I recognize. I don't think this dude has any idea who I am. And the other one, I'm very confident Mark Jones has no clue who I am.
No, that is cap.
No clue.
Are you out of your mind?
I'm positive Mark Jones has no clue.
That is not true. That's not true. I thought you were going to say somebody else.
Who? I don't know. I don't know. Who? Wait, who? Who else?
I had the hat on yesterday.
He had the hat on. Oh, HBO? Logan? Oh, yeah, it might be Logan. But Logan, but hell. As long as Jill Adge in the chatty house knows who I am, that's all that
definitely
matters.
knows who you are. Mark Jones knows who you are. Stop.
I don't think he does.
Will you stop it?
I know Drapes does.
Shout out Drapes, man.
Katie Christensen does. We ran into her for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
Enter online at ESPN1320.com for your chance to win a VIP booth at D'Lo and KC's watch party on March 5th or April 5th, excuse me. This dude said, I'm on Winhurst podcast from 2:30 to 3:30. I don't know. What do I do?
It's just not going to work, bro. It's not going to work.
I don't know what to do with this dude, man. I can't. I swear. We're going to walk you through every time we try to book Mark Spears. Every time we try to book him, we're going to walk you through the process. We'll come back, man. We're laughing to keep from crying. No Drake bars on the way. We should dive into the game a little bit because there were some things I saw last night that were a bit frustrating. Some things that some fans are concerned about. We'll do all of that. It's not a funeral here today. As Kenny said, the Kings are still going to clinch a playoff spot, but we got some things to talk about as D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino continues here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Excuse me, y'all. 1 second. Sorry, Jesse. I'll fill you in. Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry. Frustrating morning here at the Odyssey Studios. Let's do tomorrow. I'm wide open. What we got Wob at 2.
Yeah, we got Wob at 2 and then James at 3.
James at 3.
Do one again. Try it out again.
He's gonna text you tomorrow. Kings didn't clinch. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, Jesse, your boy was there.
What boy?
Your boy.
Why you keep doing that?
What?
Who are you talking about?
Well, no, not your boy. Your lucky friend. The other boy. I said he would be there last night. I told you Dave would be there last night.
Oh,
Dave.
Dave from the suburb of Sacramento.
Why's that my boy?
I don't
Your
know.
boy.
I don't know how that
That's your
became.
boy.
I don't know how it became.
I told you he was gonna be there.
Let's see. Mark Spears, 1 p.m. tomorrow. Got the thumbs up.
Let's go.
This man
For
said,
now.
I'm on Winhurst podcast from 2:30 to 3:30. Boy, at Mark Spears. At least we got Trysta Tuesdays.
Trysta Tuesdays and the professor on Tuesday too.
Yes, indeed.
Securing the beam. Why didn't you pull up, man? He changed his name too. That's funny.
Oh,
So
man.
yesterday I was talking to my buddy after the game. I was waiting for the parking lot to clear out. And people would come by, hey KC, what's up? KC, da da da. And he goes, man, he was with his friend. And he goes, yeah, man, Kenny, he a celebrity, bro. Everybody
It's
know
true.
who he is.
It's true.
And I was like, stop, like, don't quit being like that. He's like, no, it's for real. Everybody know who he is. There was this girl walking by. I was like, she don't know who I am. Ask her. And he goes, hey, do you know who this man is? She's like, yeah, I remember he came in the media section and everybody went crazy.
It's true. It's true.
Said, lady, you're not helping.
Mark Jones, don't ask how my kids are doing. I know that's true. Let's my man Coldwater 02 said, did I miss Worldwide Wob? Well, the show's only 19 minutes old, so no, you didn't. And actually, Rob Perez, who we got the opportunity to talk to last night, awesome dude. He's traveling back to Los Angeles today. Not the easiest travel day given the weather, and he really wanted to join the stream rather than just do the phone. So him and Jesse set up. He's going to join us tomorrow instead of today.
Yeah.
Worldwide Wob will be with us tomorrow at 2:00. Mark Spears confirmed again for 1:00 tomorrow.
You don't want to miss the show tomorrow because we're as the Mark Spears turns. We'll
It's
continue.
incredible. We got to get theme music for Mark Spears' appearance.
Mark Spears is killing the opening show tweet too. Like I put
Oh,
at
it's
one.
just-
Thanks a
just-
lot, Mark. What am I
just
supposed to do with that
dead.
now?
Hey, I want to give a shout out to Cash. I met Cash last night after the game. He had a King's flag that he had been getting signed since like 2000.
Oh,
And
that's
he was,
dope.
He was ready for the clinch or whatever.
Yeah.
But he said he loves the show. Say he loved D-Lo and KC, man. And he's like, man, I wish it would have happened tonight, but it didn't. But I told him that flag is pretty cool. So shout out to Cash, big ups. And then shout out to Rachel in the chat, putting out more blasphemous lies. This is not true.
Rachel says it's true. You should see him at AAU games. That's you, right?
This is not factual.
That's there ain't a bigger
Don't
There ain't a
listen to
bigger
Rachel.
celebrity to walk around with.
Don't listen to Rachel.
during halftime.
That's really a courtside person right there. Courtside Rachel. That's what her YouTube name should be.
I don't know, man. The amount of people that stop, that's Kenny Caraway.
I mean, I was just sitting there twiddling my thumbs. in some of the interactions.
Nah, that's big cap. Well, we were both twiddling our thumbs when we saw that Palm Angels jacket across the concourse. I was like,
hey, how do I get on the
is
staff?
that Coach Patrick over there?
How do I get on the staff? Did you see
Man.
Coach Lowe?
I said, man, I saw
I mean,
them both.
Come on, man. How do I get on the staff?
Yeah, that's the coldest group in the
Damn.
game right there, man. Coach Patrick was out
Sac
there.
State. If you want to go to Sac State, you want to go to Sac State. Them boys, look in football. They be talking about Kyle Shanahan is cool because he wears Yeezys. I remember Emmanuel Sanders used to say that. Well, I don't know what these people say about Coach Patrick then, because Yeezys are. He probably mows the lawn in Yeezys.
He probably does. Yeah, and ain't even that big of a deal to him. I feel like there's something I should say right now, and I just don't know what it is. I was hoping for Drake bars. We ain't got those. I'm really flustered. I don't think the wonderful people of our company recognize the brain power that goes into talking for 4 straight hours. So they think having a meeting up until 12:02 when your show starts at 12 is like a solid idea. Like there's a mental space you got to get into before the cameras go on and the mics go on and all that stuff.
I don't think a lot of people don't realize the mental space.
I'm still not convinced everyone in this building knows exactly what we do here.
I mean, I don't think they're having another party right now.
They are having another party that we
They're
weren't
having a
invited
party
to.
that started at 12.
Goodness gracious. This is even worse than last night. My goodness. Where do we begin? You know, the thing I kept looking at that made 3-pointers number.
Oh, you alerted it to me in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
When they had 3-3-pointers in the fourth quarter.
So
into the fourth.
If they had 3 in the fourth, that means they didn't hit one in the third because it was 3 at halftime. Because I'd kind of been looking at it thinking, that's weird. And I glanced away from it, and you know the Kings had taken the lead, and it was at halftime where I took the box score and I pointed it out. I think it was to Leo. It's like, look at this number. It's 3. And now, granted, I think it was like 7-3. I think that's at the time it might have ended like 7-5 or something like that. It's not like Minnesota was taking a bunch of threes, but the Kings never. And I said this to you. It's one of your phrases. It felt like I think it was in the second quarter. It could have still been in the first. That game was in the mud, and the Kings were they couldn't get out of it. They're the viral video of DJ Khaled getting the golf cart out of the sand trap right now.
Hilarious.
Except DJ Khaled got the golf cart out of the sand trap. The Kings couldn't get out of the sand trap last night.
There'll always be roadblocks in life.
And that was the Kings last night. They were the DJ Khaled video.
The Kings were 2 of 10 in the first half, 1 of 7 in the third quarter.
Wow.
2 of 10 in the fourth quarter.
Wow.
From beyond the arc.
And it felt, and I think Keegan hit the first one. It was like, okay, the record's going down tonight. There was a point where I thought Keegan wasn't even going to play anymore. I said to you, is Keegan done? That was like a split second before he got up and ran to the scorer's table.
Yeah.
But it was like, is Keegan done? Like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, they did. They went 0 for in the second quarter. Because you mentioned that Keegan hit his, De'Aaron hit his early, and that's 2. And in the second quarter, they were 0 of 3. They only shot 3. 0 of 3 from beyond the arc in that second quarter. So
5 made threes, lost by 3. Excuse me, 5 made threes, lost by 5. What's the takeaway from that?
They didn't hit shots.
Is that
Minnesota has good defenders, so they play a little bit in that.
But more what I meant, is that a positive takeaway?
Like that was looked at as a positive.
That was a season low, and I'm confident it was a season low, probably by 4, 3 or 4 made threes. But again, they lost by 5, and I'm trying to reconcile. And it is worth pointing out, De'Aaron hit a shot as the time expired.
Yeah.
So it could be 7, it could be 5.
It was 6. They lost by 4. It would have been 6.
Yeah, okay, 6. Sorry, I don't know why I haven't marked this 5. But
119, 115.
Is it a positive that they had their worst shooting game from 3, which is that's still another one of your catchphrases. That's their superpower.
It is.
And that joker wasn't working last night. It malfunctioned.
Absolutely not.
And they fought. It felt like even when they took the lead, it like they never really, the momentum never really shifted when they took the lead.
Mm-hmm.
And momentum sometimes is a big part of that because you get that basket, you're finally up ahead by 1. Can you get a stop and make it 3? Can that 3 become 6? And it was just like, no, it just went back and forth. I think they got it to 3 and then they tied it. And then they got stuck to where the Timberwolves were able to neutralize every potentially big moment for Sacramento.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I think a lot of that had to do with the fact they weren't able to hit any threes. Minnesota's they have some good defenders. Jaden McDaniels is really good. Anthony Edwards gets after it on the defensive end. Slow-mo, he understands the game. Mike Conley understands the game, even if they're not the same that they have been in the past physically. But they got some good defenders. I don't think that it's necessarily all on the defense because we saw, and Will Z, if you're looking, you can give us the official stats, but we saw wide open threes that were just being missed.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't their night. They just weren't hitting. I'll say this right now because this isn't my overarching point, but I will say this. I kept talking to you and Leo. We spent a lot of time with Leo last night. Shout out Leo. I kept saying, just give me 3 stops in a row. They could never give us 3 stops in a row.
Yeah.
They get to 2 like 7 times, but they can never give me 3 stops in a row. And that was something that we were looking for. Will Z in here has it right on it. 21 of the 27 threes were open or wide open threes. They were getting good looks. Couldn't hit them. But the defense not being able to continually get, stops and build that momentum, that was tough. But there's 2 things that I take away from this game. I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I think it is what it is with this team. If the Kings lose in the playoffs, lose games and stuff like that, it's not going to be because they lost 136, 134. Like, those are not the games they're going to lose. They're going to lose the 110, 107s. The 119, 113 essentially is what it was. When they don't score, that's the games that they're going to lose. It's not impossible that they win those games, just like it's not a guarantee they'll win if they score 125. But that's not their brand of basketball. And last night, once again, talking to Leo about this, we were going back and forth about Metu, and he wanted to see Holmes or Lens or something different. Man, I know people feel a type of way about Metu. He's part of what makes them. Like, I wouldn't mess with that no more. Some of it was based on matchups, like trying to have Metu not being a center and having to play Rudy Gobert and all this other stuff. But the Alex Len minutes, like, you're trying to match up defensively. That's not your game.
Yeah.
It's not your game. And I like Kessler Edwards, but I said this last week, him getting the majority of minutes over Terrence Davis because you're trying to match up defensively. I wouldn't do that.
Well,
Terrence Davis got a DNP last night.
Last night was one of those games where I didn't understand what Mike was looking for. Like, so if he was looking for defensive matchups, I feel like that was foolish because I don't think he committed to anything. Like, Kessler played like 5 minutes. It's not like he played minutes. And I'm very, very sorry to this individual. Those Alex Len minutes were tough. Those, especially offensively.
Mm-hmm.
Those Alex Len minutes were really, really tough.
Mm-hmm.
And I just kept watching these different lineups and the groups that were out there. Like, I do not understand what Mike is looking for right now.
I think this is my guess. Mike is continuing to look for defense, and I understand it. I get it. I absolutely get it.
I don't
That's
think
that's not what this team is.
73 games, 4 games, and you got to stop looking.
That's not what this team is. Remember he tried this in the middle of the season. I kept saying, I'm not saying it's he's the end all be all, but stop playing and get Metu back in the rotation. When he tried Keita and Rashawn Holmes and even Lynn, because nobody was playing defense and he had Metu, man, that's not this year. That's not like you got to play the hits, right? And what Metu brings, he's not this phenomenal player, but there is a level of respect that you have to pay him on the offensive end because his versatility on the offensive end. Does he miss defensive assignments? Absolutely. Absolutely. But if you think that the defense that Alex Lynn or Rashawn Holmes may give you is what's going to get you over the hump, I think you're wrong with this team this year with this team. I think you're wrong. Like that's all that's going to do is slow everything down. And is it a guarantee if Metu plays they win? No, absolutely not. But number one, those other two aren't defensive stalwarts. They're not shutting things down in the paint. So not only are they not giving you better defense, but now they're taking away on the offensive end.
Who are the other two you're talking about? Kessler?
Lynn and Holmes.
Oh, Lynn and Holmes. Oh, okay. Well, Rashawn Holmes minutes the other night made me sad.
Yeah, that was tough.
I think everyone knew, especially if you were at the Golden One Center watching. I think everyone knew the second he got pulled, he wasn't going to see the floor again. He didn't. I don't know if this was one of those situations, and it doesn't feel like this happens very often, but I don't know if this was a situation where Rashawn didn't know that he was going to play, or because he looked lost. He looked lost. He had them Terrence Davis nerves that we used to talk about earlier in the season, where he looked lost. He looked nervous. He looked like every move he made, he was worried about it. And when Mike gave him the pull 4 minutes later, you saw him walk, his head down, and everyone in the building knew he ain't coming back. He's not getting that call again. No. And that I've never been on the sideline to make those calls. I'd argue that did more harm than anything else. Yeah. If you go to Rashawn, if you go, and I know everyone likes you got to be ready, you got to do this, you got to do that. I think it's been well established. It's Terrence Davis, I think, or it might have been Kessler Edwards. One of them said when they were asked, like, hey, did you know you get to go tonight? Like, you hadn't been playing. Did you know you'd get to go? Like, yeah, Mike gave me a pretty good indication I'd probably play tonight. I think that's the route you have to go when you have guys who haven't played for a week or 2 weeks or stretches of 3, 4, 5, 6 games. Like, you've got to get them in a headspace like, hey, your number is going to be called tonight. Be physically ready. I know you're physically ready. You got to be emotionally and mentally ready for this. And it did not feel like Rashawn Holmes knew he was getting called into that game on Saturday, and he
didn't look ready to go.
He didn't.
And it's like you said, it's understandable.
And I'm not mad at him for that.
It's understandable. I get it. It's just, it is what it is. Alex in the chat says Mezzi was lost. That's why Holmes played. Rob Brown. Freeport looked crazy lost. Cost the team a few times. I'm not telling you he's not going to look lost sometimes. That's part of the Chimezie Metu experience.
Yeah.
But the number one, the other two look lost, and they give you nothing on the offensive end.
Yeah.
And you can't win unless you score.
That's a solid strategy. It's a solid strategy.
This team in particular cannot win if they can't score. You need as many scores out there as possible. I thought about this today. It's almost like and I know they're different sports, different situations, all this other stuff. It's almost like Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers, not this past year, but the year before, when they just kept using Debo in a crazy way. Kyle Shanahan don't want to do that. Kyle Shanahan wish he had a certain running back, a certain receiver, a certain quarterback, all this other stuff. But he said, you know what? This is what I have. And I've got to do whatever I've got to do to win. Is this how I like to play football? Absolutely not. But this is the best way to win for this particular group. And you saw that by all the changes that happened in the offseason. They got a bunch of different stuff, so that wouldn't happen again. That's what Monty and Coach Brown and everybody can do this offseason. Right now, your best chance of winning is scoring 120 points.
I'm glad you said that. I want to get back to that, but let's see what Kamara is pontificating about. 916-909-1320. Kamara Williams, attorney at law. What's up, man?
What's going on, fellas? Wanted to call you for my next appointment, but listen, man. No, for real, literally, my appointment coming up. But listen, man. Last night was tough loss, but it's weird. Like the Kings are we're gonna have to face teams that are physically outmatched us. And the best way we get to these things is obviously out shooting them. When we're shooting 5 for 23, our best artillery is not falling. I mean, it's kind of gonna be hard to beat. But I'm not really discouraged because even with our shot not falling, the game was well within reach. A couple timely buckets. I think Keegan had 3 shots that went in and out.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of shots that went that changed the entire concept or makeup of the game. If these couple of shots that rimmed out go in, and so it sucks because we didn't have the storybook that we were looking for last night. But I'm not discouraged, but I am. I think we can have the honest conversation. 2 things to be true. You're not discouraged. You're encouraged by the team. But you're going to have to look at the fact that we may look at Minnesota in the first round. And this team does match up, or teams like them match up poorly against us. Athletic, long teams that, offensive rebound or can, get to the rim. And that provides a matchup problem for us. And yeah, we provide matchup problems for them too, for teams like it's that ilk. But that is something as a cause of concern. Going forward. Last thing I want to say, Damien, I sent you a text. There's a debate going on social media about Caitlin Clark being the best women's.
Oh yeah, I got a chance to peep that. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take it off.
Yeah, that take is floating out there a lot recently.
She's the best.
Jeff Perlman tweeted, "When all is said and done, Caitlin Clark will be the greatest women's college basketball player of all time." Chris Williamson quote tweeted with a tremendous picture of Candace Parker rolling her eyes in a Tennessee uniform, saying, "LOL, Jeff, we not doing this. LOL." Chris Williamson, I'm a fan. Love your work. I'm sorry, Diana Taurasi and Maya Moore both played college basketball. With all due respect to that CP3, come on, man. I think Diana Taurasi lost 2 games.
Absolutely. And I even go a step further. I'll tell you what came to my mind. I'm sorry, what is Cheryl Swoops doing in the Final Four?
Yeah, I have no idea. That's a little bit
They're
before my time.
47.
Yeah, that's a little bit
in the Final Four.
Cheryl Miller, that's before my. That's before my time.
Texas Tech. She took Texas, and I know Blue Blood. She took Texas Tech and went up against the Blue Blood. I think they beat. Was
it La Tech?
They beat La Tech when La Tech was the real deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Caitlin is.
She's very really good. Let's calm down.
Really good.
Let's calm down.
Oh, you think she's better than Sabrina?
Well, that's a better Caitlin versus Sabrina is a better conversation than Caitlin being the greatest of all time. Caitlin, I'm not just off of that. This last 30 seconds, she hasn't cracked the top 5 yet. Come on. Hyperbole is a bit too much. Yeah. Let's stop it. Let's stop it.
Nato, everybody always forget about Shamiqua.
I don't forget
what
about
she was able to do.
Tamika, all the Meeks at Tennessee.
Yeah, we gotta just settle down.
Hey, let's talk to our brother Ross here.
They about to get her next weekend or this weekend. Don ain't letting that happen.
Oh yeah.
Don ain't letting that happen.
9169, and Don's gonna hear all this too. 916-909-1320. What's up, Ross?
Hey, what's up, fellas? You know what? I don't agree so much. It is a tough matchup, but we, in the 4 games, we just couldn't hit our threes and couldn't really get a great whistle last night. Don't really agree with Kevin Huerter's 5 fouls, but I see a lot of fans saying the Kings didn't show up in a big game, and I just want to kind of run through what we've done since the All-Star break. 13-5, beat the Clippers twice in that huge double OT game, beat the Suns twice, beat the Thunder, who were up and coming, twice, beat the Knicks on national TV, which was like everybody desperately wanted that game.
Yeah.
Went 3-1 on the road trip, including a Fox game winner. So if you can't win all the big games, you know, we got to come back to reality a little bit. But love the way the team's playing. I feel as good as I did, you know, pre All-Star game. So
sure, that's good. That's good perspective, Ross. Because I think he's right. I think a lot of us wanted to believe. I think there was a lot of talk about the Kings not winning a big game last night. There was and part of that is because there was a lot of talk about last night being a playoff atmosphere because of the amount of attention on the game and the amount of fan hype. And I thought, and I know it's difficult, particularly for Mike, maybe more than anyone else. And that's probably not fair. It's probably difficult for all the players because I was in that press conference and Mike was asked about it a lot, about, you know, solidifying that playoff spot and all of that. But I feel like that was a far bigger deal for fans and a far bigger deal for media than it actually was the players. I'm not suggesting the players weren't aware of it. I'm not suggesting it wasn't important to the players. I'm saying if it was on a scale from 1 to 10, if it was a 6 for the players and the coaches, it was like a 20 for fans and media. And ultimately, while I know not everybody was pleased with the remark, De'Aaron was right. Like, it's not the end of the world. Like, we lost the game. It's all right. Kevin Huerter, hey, we wanted to win it for the fans. You know, we didn't. Okay. We got to get back on track on Wednesday. And that's what it's about.
I want to talk about that and what Ross said. I got something to say about that.
Okay. And I want to talk about something you said. You said the Kings win by scoring 120 plus points. That brought a concern that developed for me last night after this Minnesota game that I want to present to you. Our lineup's been blowing up. Just Trysta's joining us. Ignore the tweet that's out there in the social media world. Just know it's Trysta Tuesdays. Jason Jones in the 3:00 hour. That's all ahead here. It's Tilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to be with over 2,000 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino. We're back with more here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Quick reminder, because Megan told me, hey, we didn't get the response I thought we would get. Well, let's fix that. Let's go enter to win a VIP booth over at D'Lo and Casey's watch party for the Kings and Dallas coming up April 5th. Go to ESPN.com, fill out the form. Even if you already registered for your spot, go get the booth. Yeah. Certified seating, guaranteed seating. ESPN1320.com and enter to win there. Let's get those entries up. I don't want Megan going, only 20 people entered this time. All right, Megan, calm down. ESPN1320.com. Yes, Wobe is tomorrow at 2:00. So as it stands now, Mark Spears at 1:00, Wobe at 2:00, and James Ham at 3:00. Just Google Dr. David. He is in fact not in prison. No, he's not. He's being traded to Levi, I think. You want to go get a cake? Did you already did she bring you food and I missed it?
No, I got some before the show started. I just got some rolls.
Oh, what did they bring?
There's some pasta. It looks really good. Like some spaghetti and meatballs and
what is this party for? It says happy retire. Oh, Michael, I think, is retiring. Nah, it was loud. It was definitely loud, Brad, just not for as much as the game as you'd like it to be. It was loud for cookies. There was a couple. Yeah, your mic's off. There were a couple. Oh, Ant was funny.
Ant-Man was messing with us.
Ant was hilarious. Ant missed the first free throw like 3 times. And I think by the third time, the crowd only barely bit on it. Then eventually someone missed too, and they got him. But yeah, it was loud, just not as long as you'd hope.
Where's that?
Shout out Ramsey. Got to see Ramsey last night.
Shout out Ramsey.
Wasn't
I
wearing a
agree.
black shirt this time.
I agree. The fans did leave a little too early. But I'll talk about that too. Remind me. I'll remind myself.
Yeah, good call. Because strangely enough, Wilson, I've been thinking far too much about this the last 3 days. What I'm gonna eat over a 2-day WrestleMania span.
One of the homies last night was like, "Yeah, man, going to WrestleMania." That was the first time I was like, "Damn, WrestleMania is in LA."
I think the homie who was with us at 3:00 is gonna go to WrestleMania, isn't he?
It is, yeah.
Or 3:20.
Like, damn, it is in LA, and I ain't going. Where's the next one? You know, off the top of your head.
I feel like they haven't announced it.
They probably haven't, because I guess it was just a COVID thing. They announced,
Because I think this one got pushed back a year.
It was supposed to be last year.
Mark Lore and Alex Rodriguez have closed a second they're continuing their layaway purchase of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Yeah, I don't think so either.
If I'm looking at this correctly, I think it's Philadelphia. Yeah.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Because I remember thinking they're doing an outdoor WrestleMania again.
Yeah.
In the Northeast.
Philadelphia, April 6th and 7th.
If I recall, they escaped a snowstorm by like a day and a half.
New York.
Friendly reminder for those listening on the radio, you can enter to win a VIP booth for you and 3 friends at D'Lo and Casey's watch party on April 5th at the Fieldhouse American Pub. Even if you registered for the event, this guarantees your seating. A VIP booth, the Kenny Caraway treatment.
What?
For you and 3 of your friends at D'Lo and Casey's watch party on April 5th at Fieldhouse American Pub. Go to ESPN1320.com to register. And do it now. Now. I'll let you go first. You said you wanted to respond to some things Ross said.
First of all, I agree with both the guys that just missed shots, and
Ross, for those just tuning in, Ross called in a few minutes ago, tried to give some perspective on the he says his name is Ross, but he sounds suspiciously similar to Luke Walton, but he called to try to give some perspective on how the Kings have played since the All-Star break, and maybe not to overreact too much to last night's loss.
Yeah, and we absolutely shouldn't overreact too much to last night's loss. I didn't like the rotation situation with the bigs, but I mean, number one, that's not why they lost. They lost because they didn't make shots. They didn't make shots because they didn't make shots. And I'll give a little credit to Minnesota as well. They got long-rangey defenders. They have a little something to do with that as well. Will Z also said they had 21 of 27 open or wide open threes. So I just don't think they made shots. But, and you talked about how, afterwards, De'Aaron, just a loss. We just lost Kevin Huerter. We wanted to get it done, but, we'll move on or whatever. I believe them. I think they're right. But I told you during the game yesterday, I said for the first time, I thought they felt the moment. They felt the pressure. They felt the angst of trying to get that done last night. I just saw something about they were pressing a little bit. I thought
Forcing.
They felt the moment last night for the first time all year. And this is nobody's fault. I'm not blaming the 18,000 plus that was there, but I think it was all throughout the arena.
Yeah, I'm not blaming the 18,000 plus there. I'm blaming the 50 new media members who popped up out of nowhere to watch last night's game.
There's that. But you felt the nervous energy in there. Like you felt, I hear people
Well,
talk about
especially
that.
after the Suns one.
Right. When the sun started
Yeah,
pulling away, in the
it was
fourth
like,
quarter.
oh, all
and,
right.
and then I think at the same time the Clippers were up by like 15 in the
Right.
first quarter.
It was clear the
And it's
only
like,
way it was going to
oh.
happen is if the Kings were.
And you
won.
hear people talk about this a lot, like in a number of different sports. I don't go to a ton of games before, this job with the Kings and, all this other stuff. But they talk about how, like, when you're in there, you can feel nervous energy.
Mhm.
And I thought last night there was a lot of nervous energy in there. They could never really pull away, which made people even more nervous that they couldn't get away. And I thought the Kings players wanted to do it. They were aware. They wanted to do it really, really bad in Sacramento. And I thought it messed with them a little bit last night. That's the first time all year I felt they had some type of nervous energy. And then I was talking to my guy Bo after the game, and he was like, well, this is the concern for the playoffs.
Mhm.
And I believe it actually isn't. I
Okay.
think once you get there, I think they'll play loose in the playoffs. I don't think they'll feel pressure in the playoffs. But that's actually getting it done. It's almost like a closeout game. Like maybe they'll feel this way in a closeout game,
Mhm.
but like trying to
Or maybe the first one.
the first one, I think they'll be ready.
You think? So?
I think they'll.
Well, I'm not questioning whether they'll be ready.
But I think they'll be loose.
Okay.
I think they'll be ready and loose throughout the whole playoffs. But trying to get this thing done,
Mhm.
and especially like yesterday,
Yeah.
because
It was one of one.
it's gonna happen this week,
Yeah.
and you got one shot to do it.
Yeah.
And I thought that messed with them a little bit, and they might hear this and be like, "You're dead wrong, KC," and maybe I am dead wrong, but I felt that they felt the moment a little bit last night.
Has anyone looked to see if it's possible if this stretches out till Sunday?
Well, I'm sure it is, but here's the thing.
Well, no, because it would just require one matchup
Right.
where it doesn't work. Like if
Right.
the Clippers played the Suns, then it wouldn't work.
Exactly. And that's what I was telling. I was talking to JA after the game, and I was like, the good thing about a magic number is it doesn't go backwards.
Right.
If it's one, it's gonna stay one, and whatever one you need will be there until you make it zero.
So this scenario, so it is possible.
KD plays.
Nope,
tomorrow.
it's not. There it is. Saturday, it's not possible because the Clippers play the Pelicans. Because I think the Pelicans have worked their way into this. Oh, no, the Pelicans aren't in the conversation. It's only the Timberwolves.
The Warriors, right?
Yeah, so it would require the Kings to lose both games to a tanking Portland. It would require Phoenix to beat Denver. The Clippers to beat the Pelicans. Minnesota could beat Portland. Yep. Just need a couple of crazy things to happen. And we'll be right back at the Golden One Center at 3:00.
Well, we got a few things going on though. If I'm looking at this right, there's a few things going on because
Tonight's just
Tonight's
the Warriors. Yeah.
Clippers Memphis tomorrow, depending on how that goes.
Yeah, you need Memphis to win. But what I was looking
Phoenix,
for,
Minnesota.
but I was looking, is there Phoenix, Minnesota?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh, that's the one then. That's the one.
Phoenix,
That's the one that
Minnesota.
makes it impossible. That's the latest they'll clinch because one of those teams has to lose.
Phoenix, Denver too. Well, Phoenix, Denver.
Denver doesn't matter.
But
If
I'm
Phoenix
thinking
is
if
playing,
Phoenix is lost. But Phoenix, Minnesota is the end.
it's the end
Regardless,
because
of what
someone's
happens.
losing.
Yeah.
And that's the end of it. I was trying to see if I could stretch it out till Sunday. It's not happening.
Remember when we talked about this
happening.
like 2 weeks ago? I thought Sunday was going to be the day. A long time ago.
Yeah,
I was thinking
this coming Sunday.
the
Yeah,
Spurs
I remember.
game.
Keep your eye on the San Antonio game.
Yeah. What really screwed everything over is the
It's the
Monday
Utah
loss
game.
in Utah.
Yeah.
It would
That
have been
was the
had this
one.
thing either Saturday or yesterday.
Yep.
It wasn't for that. So that's frustrating.
It would have been the Saturday game, right? That way, if they had,
Yep.
it would have been for sure the Saturday game.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So this,
But I thought, what you think? I thought they felt a little angst, a little pressure last night.
Yeah. I don't want to discredit Minnesota
Not
because
at all.
Minnesota's
Yeah.
concerning.
Minnesota's balling right now.
Malik had a couple of plays late when the game was close, but Malik has
He
a
missed
certain
the dunk.
Malik did miss a dunk, yeah, which is those how he missed is just amazing. Yeah, and you had one remark. You kept saying the game's going to get to 3 with 90 seconds left. I don't know what's going to happen after that.
Yeah.
And at the time, it was maybe a 6 or 7 point count. I was like, this game ain't getting to 3.
Like
They can't get a stop. It might have been. Wow. And I was sitting behind you on like this just little. It's just this little bar thing. I was just sitting on it, looking up at the big screen. No, I wasn't pissed. It was just like it was. It was frustrating.
What this to happen?
Well, yeah, I was mad. Like it was late. I knew how it was going to throw off my routine.
He was moody because it was late.
It was 9:15. I knew what this was going to do to my week, and I knew I had a meeting the next morning.
Ryan, when Ryan's up too late,
see, cranky. But the game got to 6, and there was a fast break, and I'm looking at the big screen, and Keegan got the ball in the corner, and I jumped up and ran to you so quick as that ball was in the air because I'm like, this is it.
It would have got it.
Nope. It would have gotten it to 3.
Got it to 3.
It would have gotten it to 3.
36 seconds to go.
Yep. And he missed.
it.
And I was like, that's it. This isn't our night.
Yeah.
It's not our night.
Not our night. You said it a number, and that's perfect. It just wasn't their night. One thing I will say real quick, King's insight. He said the fans left too early. I kind of thought so too.
When did they leave? Like
they start leaving when it was about maybe 2 minutes left, 9-point game. And I'm not gonna blame them because everybody was really disappointed it didn't happen last night.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lead. That was people leaving out of disappointment, not anger.
Yeah, that's all it was.
They were really.
It was just disappointment. Yeah.
I don't really ever understand leaving early though. Like in that scenario, not your.
Well,
scenario.
I think part of it. No, I think part of it is.
It's a minute and a half left. Just stay in your seat.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Kings, like I didn't give like leaving with 90 seconds of thought or anything like that, because they can score so quickly. I don't know. I don't have any problem with.
No, I'm not getting on them. I just don't. That's just not how
I think. There was no feel that it could happen,
mm-hmm.
and I think that was the biggest thing. The feel in the everyone felt the way that we felt.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that run. That burst of threes,
mm-hmm.
It's not coming. It's not happening. Let's get TC in here. TC, what's going on, baby?
Man, what's up with my two brothers? Man, I'm sick.
Okay.
Oh man,
it's all right, brother.
It's all good, TC.
It's all right, brother.
Nah, it's all good. I mean, I ain't that sick. The reason why I say I'm sick, guys, right, Kenny? I'm with you, like as far as messing with the rotation. But every time I call you guys, I notice this. Fourth quarter again with 9 minutes left. I don't care how many points we have in the paint. I don't care how many free throws we shot. It's 9 minutes, and this team is in foul trouble, bro. Why aren't we driving to the paint and making them pay? We could have won that game, bro, by 4 points. I'm tired of seeing that. I love Mike Brown. I love everything that's going on, bro. But that particular thing right there, Kenny and D'Lo, we have to fix. We have to fix. We can't keep overlooking that because we can score the ball.
I hear you. I hear you, TC. One thing I will say about that though is it's a little easier said than done with Rudy Gobert. Like to just drive into Rudy Gobert all the time.
And King shot 40 free throws last night.
Yeah,
it's not like.
Yeah,
I mean, I know what he's saying. They were in the bonus
pretty early,
very very early.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought Harrison really he was working really hard to get to the foul line. I thought De'Aaron was too. Wow, it's kind of glaring. Keegan didn't get to the foul line at all last night.
Bro, TC shot 18 free throws in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I know. Like I
hear what he's saying, but I don't think it applies.
They shot.
Night.
Yeah, like they shot.
There has been games in the past when they get in the penalty and they don't take advantage of it. I don't think that was the case last night.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form as well on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320.
I want to hear the question you have for me real quick, but Jill Adge, courtside Jill, some people like to call
Jill.
her. She talked about
About to call her Jill Fox.
Jill. That's right. So when Gobert hit the fadeaway, we knew it wasn't our night. Have you seen that clip?
The clip of the fadeaway?
Yes, and the bench reaction.
No.
Oh, you got to see it now. It's on my
No.
thing. I
Okay.
laughed at it. It is hilarious. Shout out Metu.
Oh,
It's
no.
hilarious.
Oh, no. Let's get Big Al in here while I look this up. Big Al, what's happening, baby? Alvin. Hey.
Big Al.
Al, are you safe?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm sorry. My apologies. I hit the wrong button when I was pulling in to get my Costco gas. So I'll make it quick. It's about Kings. Here, you said a comment before when I asked for a call back about Mike Brown wanting to make sure he can get them to play, find a lineup and a group in the most important times to play some defense. And the man knows. He knows. He's seen it with enough teams. You got to play defense. My analysis to that is, you think you're Sacramento Kings, and they are. They light it up. But you know who else lighted up? You're wearing diapers then. Doug Moe and the Denver Nuggets, for 3 consecutive years, highest scoring team in the league. Go into the playoffs, dismissed in shame, first round, because they could not play defense. So at some point, defense will matter. And you know who you need for defense? My San Diego State Aztecs. They're going to kick your ass and show you how to play defense.
Oh my. They might win the national championship.
That's more than I expect, because Connecticut is a darn good team. Darn.
I think San Diego State could get with them, though. Absolutely.
We'll see. All right, we'll see. All right.
And Big
Doug
Al
Moe, ABA champion. 3-time ABA All-Star. A Doug Moe reference here on D-Lo and Casey.
That Nuggets team, I looked at it the other day. I think they went like first round, conference finals, first round, I think.
By the way, I want everybody to envision, because I know no one knows. Envision what you think Doug Moe looks like. Everybody do it. What does Doug Moe look like? Now, just envision it.
Yeah.
Now Google it.
Yeah.
Because he looks exactly like you're envisioning.
Yeah. I think I know what Doug Moe looks like.
My man, Doug Moe, 84 years old, 6'5", Douglas Edwin Moe, named Coach of the Year in 1988.
I get to go to the dinner table tonight and say I learned who Doug Moe was.
There you go.
Yeah,
Doug
that
Moe,
Nuggets
ladies and
team
gentlemen.
That was official.
By the way, this clip is
Yeah,
spectacular.
this is Doug Moe I was thinking about.
The
bench clip?
Rudy Gobert fadeaway. Davion Mitchell is Davion. I know. I see Chimezi. I see Chimezi. Jay Triano. Trey Lyles is looking back like, you've got to be kidding me.
He almost walks to the scores table.
This is the funniest. This might be the funniest clip in existence. Now, because the show's over, because I have to watch everybody's individual reactions. Jay Triano,
That
like,
was
come on, man.
hilarious.
You got to be kidding me. Chimezi Metu walked to the bench.
Chimezi, and he threw like a heating pad or something.
Doug Christie. Doug
threw it in.
Doug Christie didn't even sell it. Trey Lyles is laughing. Who else is laughing? Malik Monk's like, come on, man. Just garbage. Rudy Gobert putting garbage up in the air. My goodness.
Okay, I think is that TD, who just kind of shakes his head a little bit.
Oh, that's Terrence Davis. That's
looks
Terrence
away.
Davis. Yeah, next to Malik.
Metsu's the one though. Metsu.
I don't know. I love
Yeah.
Davion's reaction. Davion just puts.
Metsu threw the heating pad and got up and walked away.
As our guy Worldwide Wobe quote tweeted, Take the time to watch each player and coach. I promise it's worth it. It most definitely is.
Davion is hilarious.
Davion is terrific.
Oh, that last night I was upset. Had to drive home. My phone was dead, so I wasn't really scrolling while I was waiting for the parking lot to clear. And when I got home, I opened up Twitter, and that was one of the first things I saw, and it made me laugh. It made me feel better. I was cracking up at that.
Oh, that's so funny. That is an all-time bench reaction right there. That is all time. Goodness gracious.
At the end of the day, though, I mean,
so
just kind of wasn't their night. Man.
You said something that kind of you mentioned that for the Kings to win, you got to score 120 plus, and this was that remark was born out of our conversation about the rotations last night and what Mike may or may not have been searching for, right? Like Mike's a veteran in this league. We're not. I don't know what he was looking for last night, but I know a lot of us were confused and speculated that it's the defensive rotations. It's the difficulty perhaps of the length of Minnesota, which we outlined extensively yesterday during the show. And it dawned on me that they've now beat the Kings in their style of basketball and our style of basketball. Because remember, they beat the Kings 138 to, was it like 134?
138, 134, yep.
Yeah, so they beat the Kings putting up a ton of points. And they beat the Kings keeping the game in the dirt. And that's concerning to me because it's two different styles of basketball that they were able to do well. And it just dawned on me, Fox's shot added a loss to the plus 114 stat column. Fox. If De'Aaron had missed the shot, the number would have been 113, and it wouldn't have counted towards our stat total. But because it went in, they broke the 114 threshold. But point being is, it does. I'm not going to say it concerns me, but it does have me thinking Minnesota beat the Kings in two very, very different styles of games the last two times that they've played.
Yeah, I think that Minnesota is playing really well. I think here's the thing. Minnesota without Cat is a problem for the Kings. It's a good matchup for them against the Kings.
Yeah.
Minnesota with Cat, I think that's better for the Kings.
Okay, you mentioned that a lot yesterday. We focused mainly on Naz Reid. Why do you think that that's the case?
Number one, just because I think it'll take away minutes and opportunities from players that really hurt the Kings. And it's not that, like, Naz Reid had 18 last night. It's not that Cat can't have 18 or more. But I just think that takes away Naz Reid's minutes. In the crunch time, it's going to be one of slow-mo or Naz Reid on the bench. And I think that helps Minnesota defensively. You got Karl Anthony Towns out there instead of one of those two. I just think they're not as good on the defensive end. Last night, I thought that the Kings played into Minnesota's hands a little bit. And I spoke about it before with like the rotation and the substitution patterns. They didn't force Minnesota to play their type of basketball when they put Alex Len in there. And I think that's something that'll have to change if they meet him in the playoffs. I think it'll be a really good series. I think that'll be a really good series. And they, just like anybody else in the playoffs, well, they're not in the playoffs. I was about to say outside of Dallas, but outside of Dallas, anybody could beat the Kings in the first round. And the Kings can beat anybody in the first round. I don't that hasn't changed for me.
Minnesota now the 6th spot. Told Elston Turner last night, we might be back for 6 or 7 of these.
Might be back. I think the Kings would beat the Timberwolves in the 7-game series. But it'd be a really good.
Is that
series.
the most? I'm trying to phrase this very specifically. Is that the most difficult matchup?
No, I think Phoenix is still.
I almost took Phoenix out of the equation. I forgot how
I think
close that is.
Phoenix and the
Kevin Durant debuting tonight at home.
Phoenix,
for
Phoenix and the Clippers are a more difficult matchup.
Phoenix and the Clippers both more difficult. Okay.
Minnesota's up there though. Minnesota's a tough matchup. I would even say I don't know if it's possible, but I'd even probably say the Lakers are a little bit more difficult than the Timberwolves.
So you're just not feeling the Timberwolves at all then?
No, they're playing really good basketball. I'm feeling, but the Timberwolves we saw last night aren't the Timberwolves we're gonna see. It's gonna be Cat, and I know this keeps talking about. Sounds like I'm disparaging Cat. I'm not. He's a great ball player, and I think he helps the Timberwolves in a lot of ways. But some of the things that are a problem for the Kings against the Timberwolves, I think he would take away from just a little bit.
4 straight wins for Minnesota right now. 5 straight wins for New Orleans right now.
That's great. They're doing it on the low.
They'll be in Golden State tonight.
Yeah.
In Golden State. That's a stupid way of phrasing it, but they'll be playing the Warriors tonight. But yeah, 5 straight for the Pelicans, 4 straight for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Timberwolves right now a game back from the Los Angeles Clippers for the 5th spot, a game and a half back from the Phoenix Suns, again, who Kevin Durant will return. Is that tonight? I
think it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
And make his home debut for the Phoenix Suns, which will always to me, Kevin Durant playing basketball is must see TV.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, we saw a brief little glimpse of what this might look like. What does it look like now after taking a few weeks away? I'm anxious for Trysta to join us, as I always am. Trysta Krick, top of the 2:00 hour. She had some takes on the LeBron James of feet, which we didn't really talk about yesterday. But I'm anxious to hear. I'm anxious to talk to her about the LeBron James of feet. That was did you not see that line?
No.
You didn't see? Oh. So over the weekend, you had a busy weekend, so you probably missed this. The King returned.
I saw that.
And they told him he needed season-ending surgery on his foot. 2 doctors told him that he needed season-ending surgery on his foot, and he may still get that surgery in the offseason. But then, as he said, he went to see the LeBron James of feet. And he said, if you work out and rehab this nonstop, it could get you back in time. Yep, that's what he said.
So we calling cap on that, huh?
No, he called him the LeBron James of feet, and it's a process right there that we're going through.
LeBron, he also came up on my timeline that Warriors playing game moment. That was hilarious. Hearing it all over again.
Fill me in.
3 rims.
Oh, that one
was hilarious.
That one. We'll come back. Phone lines remain open for you. 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. The LeBron James of feet.
Did you see Bronny last night?
Yeah. Well, I saw the highlights of it.
Yeah. Shout out Bronny. So I see that Kevin Nagel is like buying some type of other.
They're like a 2nd or 3rd division English team.
That's great. When is this stadium getting done? How about that?
You should have asked your boy last night.
When this stadium getting done? Man, we got money to go buy all this other stuff. Get the goddamn stadium done. We hadn't heard nothing since April Fool's 2022.
What's the stadium getting built for?
The Republic.
I feel like what you guys got here is what we got. I don't think any of that other stuff is coming. Of course, I'm just guessing, but
so the Republic or the ESPN 1320 of the Sacramento sports landscape.
Somebody throw boatloads of money at the Republic, maybe.
That's out of pocket.
Yeah, man, I want the stadium done though, man. Like, I ain't worried about you buying another soccer team. I'm not. Start construction on that stadium.
You know what the sad thing is? I have no clue what we're doing here. This was where Mark was going to join us.
We can
let's read off our text to Mark Spears.
Oh man, Mark said that didn't happen. Mark, it happened. We did. I assure you, we did not make this up.
There's something I was about to say. I can't remember. Oh, thank you, Roddy.
Why not the Michael Jordan?
Have you seen that clip of Rex Chapman getting all these buckets on the Bulls? You seen that before? Like he was talking crazy to Michael Jordan, and then he followed that up by like getting a lot of buckets on Mike. It was, well, that's a little deceptive. It was on the Bulls. I think Mike was guarding him like once, but people were like, "It's never happened to my GOAT, LeBron."
Oh my!
Right,
I didn't know Rex Chapman was a basketball player until like way after his Twitter account.
That's
popped.
funny. Rex Chapman was really good. He was in a couple of dunk contests.
Yeah, Rex could go.
I had to block him on Twitter though.
He got a good story though.
A good story with
Could kind of clean
himself
up.
Yeah, for sure. I had to block him on Twitter though, man. He be showing some outrageous stuff sometimes.
Oh, he does.
Like the charge block thing, and it's like, bro,
he be doing a lot.
Nah, man.
That's not really my bag. I don't enjoy seeing people get run over by cars and then determining if it's a charge or a block.
Just a Twitter joke.
Yeah.
Hey guys, this is the charge or this is a block. I have no clue if the guy's fine.
Yeah.
Not
Not my bag. Hey, I think your boy Cash is in here.
Yeah. Shout out Cash, man. I met Cash last night, man. Cash a good dude, man. It's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Playoffs coming, Cash. Don't trip. Yeah. What up, Cash? Cash with a K. I said it's spelled it with a C on Twitter.
Cash money. Taking over for the 99 in the 2000s.
You know what?
Well,
no. Say it either way. You know what I was listening to coming in? Birdman Essentials.
Man, you be landing on some weird essentials.
Birdman Essentials go kind of hard though.
Yeah,
they go kind of hard. He probably got about 6 or 7 songs. Birdman Essentials go kind of hard. I was listening.
Can you have an essentials with only 6 or 7 songs?
No, I mean 6 or 7 that like go really hard. He probably got like 12 on the playlist.
Well, no, man, 12. I don't know if you need an essentials playlist if you got 12 songs.
Does he have more songs than Bone Thugs?
Probably
no. Like neither one of them need to have an essentials. I wonder what songs
don't need an essentials. Wow.
Well, it'd be like it'd be a maxi single. Where
Jesus.
Like, come on, man. Like, why do we do this? Bone Thugs. Here, I'm gonna look right now. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in, let's see. Essential playlist. Here we go. First of the month. Got it. Thuggish Ruggish Bone.
Yeah.
Fair. The Crossroads.
Yeah.
Fine. If I Could Teach the World.
I remember If I Could Teach the World.
East 1999, excuse me. For the Love of Money.
For the love of money. Damn, this ain't really helping your case, bro.
Mo Murda.
They got some hits.
No.
They got some hits.
There's 15 songs on this playlist. Oh, I'll admit there's one that I did forget about.
What's that?
Oh, I forgot about this one. Days of Our Lives from the Set It Off soundtrack.
I do remember that one.
I remember that one.
Oh no!
Oh,
man.
I forgot about that one. Yeah, no, this isn't.
15 is a stretch off. It's like Birdman and French Montana the other day.
You
get
could
about
cut
7, 8 good songs.
You could cut this down 1. I don't know what that garbage is. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You could cut it down to 9 songs.
Well, I mean, that's for you.
And
I mean,
most
there are Bone fans,
and most of that is the first album.
There are
It's
Bone fans who would do
ridiculous.
that.
Ridiculous.
They're Bone fan. Like I said, I got Birdman. Birdman got 14 songs.
That's not needed.
I think he could do 10.
It's not needed.
It's not like my daddy.
Okay, that's fine.
Get your roll on.
Yeah.
Kid, you be slipping on the big timer
No,
stuff.
that's fine.
Still fly.
Yeah, that was a hit.
What happened to that boy? Pop bottles. Don't do that. Do that. I know you know that.
Okay.
Then Fire Flame.
Come on, man.
Always strapped.
Come on, man.
Don't say that about Always Strapped.
Come on. This is silly.
See, Bone Thugs at least has songs that get played now.
This
I've only
is
heard 2 of
silly.
those songs.
I've only heard 2 of these songs.
Yeah.
Blink,
Maybe
what
more.
2? Wait, what 2 have you heard?
Still Fly, and then I think there was another one you named.
You didn't hit what
Mr.
happened to that
Rolo?
boy. You had to have heard that.
I might have heard it, but I don't know the name. I don't know the name of it.
We can't listen to Jesse. No, he said he ain't heard
I'm
that.
just telling you what's going on with the next
Stand Like
generation.
My Daddy?
No one's
You ain't
listening.
heard Stand Like
I've
My
heard
Daddy?
that one. I've heard that. That's the other side. That's the second.
This is just a continuation.
Money to
of
Blow. with Drake?
how awful last
I
night
got
was.
money
You see
to
what? You see what?
blow.
By the way,
Getting it
Mark Spears was
in.
supposed. If you're wondering why we're talking about Bone Thugs and the Birdman, it's because Mark Spears was supposed to join us right now.
Birdman said, "Well, here on the ocean, Pacific, that is." I really do enjoy Birdman.
Man,
I do.
unique dude. Important to the industry though.
He's very important.
May have been a bit of a crook,
They all are.
but they built something over
Birdman,
there.
like sneaky, been relevant for like 40 years.
For a long time. Yeah. Can I follow up on something, because it was kind of at the start of the show. I was coming in late and made you start by yourself and kind of mentioned this. And so you think hypothetically Warriors beat the Pelicans, or excuse me, Pelicans beat the Warriors tonight. 6 straight wins for the Pelicans. You think the response is gonna? You think there's gonna be an overwhelming response to them clinching, or is it just kind
first
of
all social media? Absolutely. So there's that. Like social media is gonna go crazy.
I don't think Matt George is gonna cry tonight. There were bets that he would cry last night.
He might have cried.
I think he would have cried last night.
It's not going to be the same.
I don't think
as
Matt
last
George
night.
is going to cry.
I want to make that perfectly clear. It won't be the same as last night, but I think it'll be what we would have seen on Sunday.
Okay, I see that. I don't think so. I feel like all of the air was let out, and now it's just like, all right, it's gonna happen. There's gonna be no ceremony. It's like like we were talking about with Kevin John. You'll just get your diploma in the mail. Like that's ultimately what's gonna happen. There's not gonna be a big ceremony. There's no throwing the hat in the air. You go to the mail and you get your diploma, and that's how you graduate college. I think that's what it is.
I think there'll be a response.
I feel like yesterday, like, everyone just used like 100% of their emotion yesterday. Because
I think so too.
Even me, because I'm not a Kings fan, but I root for you guys and stuff like that. I was like, all right, got to get home from work and stuff, make sure I catch the game. I think everyone used that all yesterday. So when it happens, like, that's cool.
It won't be the same, but it's still gonna be out there. Like I think it's supposed to. I'll look again. I think it's supposed to stop raining at like 7.
You're really focused on the rain.
That's why people That's why people would not go out if they don't go out. It's because it's raining. Around 7, 8, 9. If it's game?
The game's in San Francisco, so it's gonna be a 7:30 start.
Yeah. If it's not raining, I think you will see on your Twitter people down in Doco. Not a whole gang of them, but there will be people celebrating. You'll see people excited all over your Twitter timeline, in your Kings Twitter.
Okay. I mean, I think we'll see a Twitter response. I don't think we'll see the Doco response. I think you had a chance to see that Sunday. It was I didn't think we would, by the way. I thought that's silly. And then I saw how many people were getting ready. Okay, all right. And those are just the ones that have tweeted about it. So there's probably a lot of people that were willing to go do that.
Yeah.
I think Jesse's right. I think this fan base used 100% of their emotional reserves yesterday, and it kind of tapped out today. Not tapped out in the sense of they don't care, they're removed from the process. It's just like, I think it'll be more of a, all right, cool. Like it's over. We got it. Because I think there's that lingering, this is a thing now. The Kings not getting the qualifying, the official clincher is a thing now.
Well, I mean, it could happen, but let us know in the chat. Call in. Will you be just as excited tonight? I know I will. They clinch tonight.
Going downtown?
I might. Bottles being popped, though.
Really?
Bottles being popped.
Hell
yeah.
Really?
They're going to the playoffs.
If you're going to get any
Hell
emotion,
yeah.
today's going to be the last day, I think, though. Because we've already had 2 instances where, like, okay, they can clinch. Now the third time they don't do it, it's like, okay, like, just do it already.
You can make the argument. I don't know if I'm going to make the argument, but you could make the argument. The more days, the more the release when it does happen. You put what on what? What did he say yesterday?
I don't even know what point you were trying to make. Oh, the more, yep. Okay. I honestly think tonight's kind of insignificant. I don't think people I think they care if the Kings beat the Blazers tomorrow, especially the current state of the Blazers. I don't know that anyone, I think that's part of the situation too. Like if it was the second night of a back-to-back, Kings were going to Portland tonight, I think the emotional release could be a little bit different. But like hanging on what the Warriors do, I don't know how many, I don't think Kings fans collectively, I don't think a large percentage of Kings fans are going to be glued to their TV, glued to League Pass, glued to their phone, glued to whatever network tonight's game is on to see if the Warriors beat the Pelicans or vice versa.
I mean, you could be right. I'm not disputing that. But I do think if it happens, if they're glued or not, like if the notification or they see on Twitter the Warriors lose, the Kings have clinched the playoff spot. I even think people.
Well, that's what you're going to get for the longest playoff drought in major sports is over.
Yeah, I even think that, like it may like. I'm not saying what you're going to do, but it may be like you. Like people may look at it right now.
I can tell you
like,
exactly what I'm going to do.
And be like, kind of go like this. Put the phone up.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
But people may feel like you feel right now, but when it actually happens, they're gonna be like, "Oh no, it actually happened." It actually, let's go. They're gonna get hyped. They're gonna hack when it actually happens. Because it's gonna be real. It's gonna be real. Like it's really gonna happen. It ain't gonna be like they should,
but
mathematically, it won't. No, like it actually happened. Like erase it all. Then you're gonna get like the people talking, like you said, in first time in 16 years, and that's gonna hit you even more. Yeah.
Okay.
It'll happen. Like I said, I'm popping a bottle, baby.
Stephen Brown says 16 years of tension. Brad Clayton says 17 years, ready for a release. It's like high school all over again. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on these phone lines. There was a lot of talk about the potential Minnesota-Sacramento matchup in the arena last night, especially, and it's even more prevalent now with Minnesota moving into that 6th spot. Golden State, they do have the same record as the Golden State Warriors, so we could see some the you know, there's tiebreakers, there's all sorts of different things involved in here, but the Pelicans beat the Warriors tonight. That's going to drop the Warriors down. It's going to move the Pelicans up. I don't know if it's going to move the Pelicans up to 7 or if it's going to move them up to 6. It'll obviously depend on what their head-to-head and conference and all that stuff is with Minnesota, but they'll have the same record in that. Man, it really is. It felt like the top 4. It really felt like the top 4, top 5 were really, really locked in. Now it feels less 7 through 10 and 4 through 10.
4 starters of 4.
That has a lot of movement. Phoenix, especially with Kevin Durant returning, that feels less likely. It feels less likely for the Clippers too. But when you throw Minnesota in there, who's currently at 6, I think they're in the same camp as the Golden State Warriors, New Orleans Pelicans, Los Angeles Clippers. The Oklahoma City Thunder are right now holding on to the 10 spot with Kenny's Dallas Mavericks in the 11 spot. I think the Jazz are just about out of it. I don't know who in that 7 through 10 is going to fall off enough for Utah to kind of claw their way back in there. It's not like they're terribly, terribly far behind.
Yeah,
but
I don't think it happens. I think they're about done. But yeah, everything up to that point is pretty tight. I remember last week I thought Phoenix and the Clippers, or I thought Phoenix specifically might fall into the play-in. With KD coming back, I don't think that's going to happen. I didn't expect KD to come back before the end of the season. So getting him back will help them solidify themselves in the 4 or 5 spot. The Clippers, the closer we get to it, the more I think they're going to hold on. But these things change by the day, to be honest with you. The Clippers lose to Memphis, and they'll be like a half game ahead of 6, and I'll be like, they may fall into the play-in. Like, these things change day to day, but it's top 6.
I think there's going to be a lot of movement in those final couple days.
Yeah.
But the thing is now, though, I'm wondering if I feel like it's probably more seeding rather than who makes it and who doesn't. Dallas, as much as I dislike Dallas, they're not out of this at all.
No, big win last night. Yeah, last night.
Yeah, was it Indiana?
Yeah. I think.
Yeah, it's clear it's pretty clear what Indiana's doing here at this point.
It's a big game for the Warriors tonight. It's a big game for them. They can't lose this game.
Explain.
They got the Pelicans at home. I know the Pelicans are playing better.
And that's probably the thing. It's at home.
Yeah, you got the Pelicans at home. A loss would move you down in the standings.
Yeah.
That's a game you're banking on, really, to be honest with you. A home game against the Pelicans. The Warriors are 30-8 at home.
A loss
you're
puts you
banking on that.
A lot. I mean, they dropped this one. It still feels like a stretch, but you are starting to flirt with the 9th, 10th, and 11th spot.
Yeah.
It feels like a stretch, but it's there.
It's a big game for them. They got to get that win. I mean, they got San Antonio coming up after that. So
I was going to say that might be the one team in this whole play-in playoff scenario where we really haven't dove too much into their schedule. And it's New Orleans and San Antonio, both at Golden State. At Denver on Sunday, hosting Oklahoma City, and then they close out, of course, in Sacramento and in Portland on Sunday, April 9th.
And the last 2 games of the season might not mean anything for the 2 teams they go up against. For the Kings,
it sure as hell ain't gonna mean anything for Portland.
It definitely ain't gonna mean anything for Portland.
And yeah, it probably won't mean anything for Sacramento, which that was a big topic of conversation last night too, is how Mike handles this. And I thought it was funny because I don't think Mike's doing anything different. Maybe De'Aaron and Domas don't play 30 minutes or 40 minutes. I think those guys are still playing a lot of basketball. I definitely don't think they're sitting games. I just don't think that's what Mike does. I think Mike, I mean, obviously he's concerned about their health. He wants them in the best shape going into the playoffs, but for me, it feels like Mike's approach, given what we've heard about practice from James and what we've heard from the players, is he wants you conditioned and ready to play. And the best way to be conditioned is to play NBA basketball games. I think if we see, I think we see minimal adjustments moving forward, whether they clinch the playoff spot, they clinch the 3 spot, whatever that, like, I don't think we see a lot of adjustments from Mike Brown or a lot of changes in lineups. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I could understand that as well.
Just dawned on me I didn't send the link to Trysta, so I need to do that. Talk amongst yourselves.
Well,
no, never mind, because never mind. I don't know why I do that.
You want them Tim Zoo clicks?
Oh, let's get them Tim Zoo clicks. Boy, they here for Tim. We've learned 2 things. The algorithms love Tim Zoo, and they love is Outkast, the greatest hip hop duo of all time, or the greatest hip hop group of all time. They did good numbers, yeah.
With the whole episode, or just
the short and the reel did really good.
Shout
Best
out
reel
to
I've ever posted, though. You want to guess? I did kind of cheat because I posted it to my Instagram as well as the D'Lo and Casey Instagram. I linked the 2 together.
What is it?
It's Ricky Starks. the Ricky Starks. The Ricky Starks reel did numbers, as did the Twitter post. Though I don't think any Twitter post has done as well as the one John Bull posted secretly.
That was blowing up.
Several
About
games
to
back.
blow up. That was big
time. Did we talk about? We did. We talked about Rashawn Holmes. That was tough.
Sean.
What was your assessment last night of, since we're talking big men, what was your assessment last night of Domas? Now, let's be 100% transparent. 11 of 14, 24 points for Domas, 10 rebounds, another double-double, 4 assists, and, of course, the 6 foul disqualification.
I thought he was fine. I mean, he had a good game. I thought he was good.
Last night was the first time I was getting really frustrated with Domas because I felt like he was paying a ton of attention to the officials. And I don't know if that was the Gobert matchup. I do, and this is the case with Domas, and Coach Shane has told us this before. He's just not going to get those calls because he's too big, he's too strong. And I made a remark to you at one point during the game, and it wasn't like Domas wasn't working in the block. It was, I think he was setting a screen or something like that, or he had gotten screen, and he kind of flailed a little bit. And I'm like, hey, what's Domantas doing? And I started to wonder, like, is he not getting calls because he doesn't flop around enough like Kelly Olynyk does and some of these other guys, because it's the Dwight Howard syndrome where he's too big and he's too strong, and because he's not falling to the ground, he's not going to get these calls. So when he gets whacked in the face and doesn't fall to the ground, clutching his face and writhing in pain, or looking awkwardly at the camera and telling everybody he could see 3 rims, is that what's not getting him a call? And last night, man, it felt like from the first quarter to the fourth quarter, every time he had the ball down low, every time he tried to do something in the block, he was immediately looking towards the officials if the shot didn't go in. And on many occasions, the shot did go in, and he still looked at the officials. And I don't think it worked for him one single time. I don't think he got the benefit of the doubt. I don't think he got the benefit of a call. I don't think he got anything going last night. And I just kept thinking, like, hey, you've got to, we talked about this months ago. They've got to go into the game. When we learned the true story of the last 2-minute report, we said, you've got to go into these games knowing you're not going to get the benefit of the calls. You're just not. Whatever the reason is, you're not. And it felt like he was searching and searching and searching for those calls last night. And from quarter 1 to quarter 4, they never came. And at some point I kept thinking, you got to, because I did feel like it was taking away from him a little bit. And then when he started picking up fouls, they had him. When he started, when he got called for his 4th foul, Minnesota had him.
It's interesting. I didn't necessarily see it the same way, but I wasn't looking for, so it didn't stand out to me.
So
I'm not saying that you're wrong.
So what happened is I saw it. It's like the picture that you look at and you have to stare at it for a long time, and you don't know what you're looking at until you see it.
Yeah.
And now it's all you can see.
See a man's face.
That was Domas. Like, I saw it, and then it was all I could see.
Yeah. It's a bunch of dolphins, and then all of a sudden, oh, there's a man's face.
That's it. Yeah. And look, it's Domas. That's what it felt like last night. Is once I noticed it, I couldn't take my eyes off it. It's all I could see.
I'm still trying to see the million dolphins against.
Okay. All right. We have to go back.
Could have happened though.
Well, I think it did happen.
Yeah.
It's just maybe I'm making, and maybe I'm just making too much out of it.
I'm saying it did.
Or maybe the man is tired of getting hit in the face. Like, and I don't blame him.
Yeah. He got smacked in the face again last night.
Yeah, didn't get a call.
After he dunked on, just smacked.
Didn't get a call. But he said something on that side of the floor, got to the offensive end, dead ball, and immediately went back to it. That was relatively early in the game. I think it was at least first half.
Yeah, first half.
They didn't care. He could have been like, look, they stabbed me. They stabbed me on the block. I'm bleeding. These are my organs. It's center court. And the officials, hey, I missed it. What you want me to do? I'll be on the lookout for it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that was after a weekend of watching Luka like cry about everything, that just seeing Domas do it a couple of times maybe was like, oh no, don't do this. I don't want to see this. I don't want our guys turning into.
Well, now I'm at my eyes peeled.
To
be checking out for it.
Domas and LeBron's never not been fouled on a shot that didn't go in. And
well,
I don't want to see those types of things.
They all do it. Even the Kings.
Every possession.
No, those guys are worse. Those guys are worse.
Oh, no doubt.
But the Kings,
no one's worse than Luka.
Nobody. But the Kings, they absolutely do it. Absolutely.
All right. Well,
for sure.
Okay. I just felt I think they were focused too much on the officials last night, or maybe he was
at some point.
And then again, there was no free throw discrepancy. There's nothing like, it's just, man.
I thought they felt the energy. They felt the pressure a little bit last night. They had them reacting funny.
Domas did have a hell of a game. Tieran, 29 points. I think this is our first mention of that. 29 points, 4 rebounds, 6 assists for De'Aaron Fox.
He had a really good game. He wasn't fourth quarter Fox last night. He tried to get it going, couldn't get going. He had 9 points in the second half, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, he had 20 in the first half, but none of them could really get in a rhythm last night. Nobody really could. Nobody really shot the ball. Well, Domas and Fox shot the ball well, but nobody else shot the ball well. Trey Lyles couldn't get it going. Malik Monk couldn't get it going. Kevin Huerter was in foul trouble.
How much credit does Minnesota deserve for that, though?
A good amount of it. A good amount. They executed their game plan the best that they could.
See that, and that's.
But I mean, the number's still there. I mean, the Kings just missed a lot of wide open shots.
Yeah. Was it 21?
21 of 27 were open or wide open.
5 of 27.
Threes, that is.
Yeah, 5 of 27 were the Sacramento Kings last night from 3. 3 of those came from Kevin Huerter. And Kevin Huerter was responsible for some of the loudest moments of the evening because those threes were pretty timely. It just, as we've said numerous times, it wasn't enough. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk NBA basketball when Trysta Krick joins us, host of the Heat Check podcast, when we return here. I'll do them with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm going to get up since we'll roll.
Guys, I don't know if there's I don't know if it's like this huge strategic thing. They didn't make their threes. They didn't make them. Looking at the shot right now, Keegan Murray just shot. Great look, in and out. One of those nights. I mean, 5 is a little egregious. Even when the Kings don't shoot well from beyond the arc, 5 is really, really low. They don't usually do that. For the love of money. Now it's in my head. Some nice little blazers. Oh, these are nice too. The Timberwolves, they got some good things going on, but they're gonna lose a couple guys. They're gonna lose one for sure, if not both. I didn't realize McDaniel and Naz Reid were free agents. There's 2 big losses. So they got to keep one of them. If I were them, who would I'd keep McDaniels. But McDaniels is he is unrestricted, and somebody gonna throw a nice little bag at him. So I would want to keep McDaniels. Would I be able to? I don't know. I heard he was unrestricted. I don't know. Last time I checked, I heard he was unrestricted. He could be restricted though. I don't have not locked into it that much to know, but I think I heard he was unrestricted. He's restricted. That's a good look for them. Maybe they can get both him and Nas Reed. They could trade Cat in the offseason, get a point guard, be good to go.
Does anyone want to take on Cat's contract though?
I think somebody would. So this is a trip. I don't know how it would work out or whatever. What if the Kings got Cat? I asked the question during the break. We were trying to figure out Minnesota's situation and what they had going on and what they got moving forward. Oh, well, thanks, guys. Thanks, Kim. We're on the air. But shout out to Kim. Got me.
Are you serious? We're back.
Yeah. Shout out to Kim. She got me some cake. I want to hear what you got to say though, because it was only like 5
I should
seconds.
be fired.
No, it was like 5
swear
seconds.
to God,
It
just
wasn't-
fire
it
me.
wasn't-
Just get this out of its misery.
It was like 5 seconds. It wasn't long. But I want to ask you a question that we just kind of sparked up, because we were talking about Minnesota. We're looking at what they got going on and what they would need to do. Nas Reed, Jalen McDaniels, whatever. Like, they got some decisions to make.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they figured some things out with Cat being out. And I was like, maybe they move Cat for some kind of point guard or something like that. And I don't know how this gets done. I haven't gotten that far into it. But I asked the people, and I'll ask you, what would you bring Cat to Sacramento? Would you trade for him? I don't know what that money's looking like, but if you can make the money work and say, that probably means you don't re-sign Harrison, but you move Keegan to the 3. There you go, Sabonis, Cat, the best shooting big man in history.
Yeah,
I think I would.
I'd do it.
I absolutely think I would.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a really good look.
I'd do it. So the idea would be you pull Anthony Edwards out. You pull Karl Anthony Towns out. Like with Domas down on the block, you can pull Karl Anthony Towns out a little bit more. Keegan is your 3. Kevin Huerter, De'Aaron Fox. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I don't remember when we had this. I don't remember if we had this conversation post trade. I feel like we did, but this is similar to the Anthony Davis conversation, isn't it?
Yeah, I would think so. I think that the knock on Cat a lot of times, like people in the chat, like, nah, I wouldn't dude rather have Nas Reed. I mean, look,
well,
Karl Anthony Towns is a better player than Nas Reed.
Yeah.
Like, I think because Karl Anthony Towns is put in this like franchise player mode that he's not really equipped for, he gets like put down.
And he's
Karl
not that
Anthony
here.
Towns is like really, really nice.
But the other thing is too, like, hey, you get here, like that's not you.
Right.
You don't have to
he's
do
not
that.
going to have
Like,
to be that here.
Yeah, you got
He'd be
that's
second,
De'Aaron,
third, whatever
that's
on that
Domas.
particular night.
Yeah.
But it's Cat, like you said, it's almost like Anthony Davis. It's like, wait a minute, I know I know you guys are too cool for school and super smart, but let's not overcomplicate this thing.
Yeah.
If you can get
Carl Anthony
Towns on the Kings, absolutely.
But I don't even know how you remotely close to do that
either.
off. Like that's a 3 draft pick type thing. It's I mean, you talk about Keegan Murray trades. That's probably a Keegan Murray trade.
Probably so.
So
probably so.
That might blow up a little bit of your.
Well, the one of the things
idea.
about it is, and Keegan Murray would be involved in that, I guess. But they,
I can't envision. I don't see how he wouldn't be.
But they are trying to get off some money, and they're going to need money to sign Jalen McDaniels.
Well, Keegan, but you could do that with Keegan.
Yeah,
because it's a rookie contract.
Yeah, you could do that with Davion.
You could. I think they'd.
I don't want to move on from Davion. I'm just putting a contract.
That's what it sounded like to me. Someone tweeted.
No. Just putting the contract.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how the Kings, because so much of every hypothetical trade the Kings fans media put together involved Harrison Barnes. Well, that's not going to be a part of the equation this offseason. So you've got to find money somewhere else. And like, you also don't have Terrence Davis. You don't have Alex Lynn. You don't have Chimezie Metu. I don't think you have Trey Lyles.
Yeah,
so
you a free agent.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. A lot of that stuff is gone. And it comes down to, well, how do you feel that? Well, it's a Carl Anthony Towns is the type of player who that's a 3 draft pick trade.
Yeah. No,
and then you got to ask, like, and all that, is Carl Anthony Towns a Monty McNair type of guy? Is he a Mike Brown type of guy?
I feel like he is. He's a little less nimble than Keegan, but I mean, he's stretch 4. I think he's about like what Lauri Markkanen is, and probably a little better. People clamor for him. So yeah, but it was just a name that I was like, they might move him. I was like, wonder if people would.
I wonder
want him here.
I wonder what result for Minnesota would result in the end of Carl Anthony Towns in Minnesota.
He re-aggravates an injury, and they win a round or 2 in the playoffs.
Win with him out. Chris Haynes just tweeted, with injury plague Portland Trailblazers out of the playoff picture, superstar guard Damian Lillard will be held out the remainder of the season. League sources tell NBA on TNT
just in time
and Bleacher Report. Again, that's Chris Haynes. And when it comes to Dame Lillard, I'm going to believe what Chris Haynes says. I'm not going to believe what Shams Charania says or Adrian Wojnarowski, but I'm going to believe Chris Haynes. Chris Haynes says that Dame Lillard will be shut down for the remainder of the season. I guess everybody knew this was coming. A little surprised. I'm a little surprised. I mean, he's dealing with some sort of he's dealing with the calf strain, the calf issue.
Yeah.
So I guess it's not without reason. But a little surprised that Dame is willingly being shut down, and it sounds like he is willingly being shut down. That's the team that better get it together. I think there's a couple. I don't think there's a more fascinating team than Dallas, but Portland's not far off because they're anytime you have a all NBA player, anytime you have as this Chris Haynes tweet words it, superstar guard, you've got to the clock ticks a little bit differently in how you in your timeline to be successful. This is a couple of years for Portland where you're shutting Dame down at the end of the year. This is a couple of years for Portland now where you're like really bad. And I don't know where I don't know if their roster's like young and developing. I don't know if they have trade assets. I don't think that they do. I don't know what their cap situation looks like. I mean, I don't think they're Dallas, because I look at Dallas. I'm like, Dallas is dead in the water. Like they got nothing. They're belly up. They're Dallas as a contender is not a thing. Dallas as a playoff team might not be a thing. I don't know the road to success for them. But when you have a star player on your team, that clock ticks a little bit differently. And I don't know if it's Dallas losing Luka and moving on from him. I don't know if it's Dame Lillard just willingly playing out in Portland and, just being in Portland as they lose. I know everyone talks about like ring chasing and what was the buzz thing? Ring culture.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with Dame 100% on the ring culture thing, 100%. But ring chasing and defining someone's career by a championship is one thing. But it's another thing to play out like the final 4, 5, 6 years of your career just losing. Like those are two really different things. And Portland's got to when you have a player like this, you got to have a plan. Even if Dame wants to stay in Portland forever, like you can't do him like that.
Yeah.
Because it puts him in a tough spot where, again, I understand Dame loves the city, but like you love the city. Dame loves the city. They went to the playoffs 8 straight years. So if his thing is, hey, we went to the playoffs 8 straight years, we're not winning championships, man. I understand. My career isn't defined by championships. It's another thing when you're winning 30 games per season. Those aren't the same thing.
No, I hear everything that you're saying. If I'm looking at Portland's situation, you got a potential star in Shaedon Sharpe. You got Anthony Simons. You're going to have a top 10 pick probably this year. And you do one or two things with that. You hold on to one of them and bundle the two. That's how I would go about it. Sharpe would be the one I'd hold on to. And I'd see what I could get for this year's pick and Anthony Simons. You may be able to re-sign Jeremy Grant. And then I don't know, you throw a big Nurk in there or whatever the case may be. But I would look to use those pieces to try and do something for Dame. The time is now. You're probably never going to have a greater player in your franchise than Dame Lillard. It's time to win now. Like it's time to go for the gusto right now. And I would, after Bradley Beal, the verdict comes out that he's not guilty for slapping the hat off some jackass, then I'd be like, Portland, what you want to do? Washington, what you want to do? I do feel like I know how you feel.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. If I go Simons.
Can you get Brad without Anthony Simons?
Can you get him without Anthony Simons? I don't think so. I would try to throw Simons in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'd try to throw Simons, this first round pick. The one that I would try to hold on to for dear life is Shaedon Sharpe.
Yeah.
I would give them almost any combination. I'd give them a couple of picks, couple of first rounders.
Well, this is the perfect time to bring in Trysta Krick here for this conversation. Yes, indeed. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN.
Why is he making that face, though? What are you doing?
I just saw something, man. I just saw something.
What'd you see? Share with the group.
No, I won't.
All right.
Why do you do that? Like,
it caught me by surprise. I didn't know what I was gonna see. Look, I'll text you in a second.
Jazz sent him some nudes on the DL, and he was like, "Ooh, whatever he saw, he seemed very."
Let's just hope it's news, because we've learned a little bit about their reluctancy to go to the cloud recently. So,
oh yeah, I'm pulling with the cloud.
Maybe Jazz isn't sending him news, if you feel what I'm saying. We welcome in the host. We welcome in the host of the Heat Check podcast, our girl Trysta Krick. We'll bring you right into this conversation. We're talking about Portland. Chris Haynes just tweeted, Dame's shut down for the year. You know, we could talk about ring culture. We could talk about all those different things, but there's a difference between chasing a ring and just willingly losing the last 4, 5, 6 years of your career. How do you fix this if you're Portland?
Oh, I mean, it's tough, honestly, because you're trying to get out from under what Neil O'Shea destroyed, right? And it's kind of not exactly the same, but it's similar to the Dallas Mavericks. And you look at what Portland has had in terms of picks in the past. They traded a lot of their draft picks away for players who weren't very good. I think they gave up 2 first-rounders for Robert Covington. 2 first-rounders for Robert Covington. And I think they got not a first-round back for Robert Covington, right? And they traded him and Norm Powell and got, I think Keon Johnson and Eric Bledsoe. And so you're trying to unravel the bad decisions that this organization has made. You got rid of Neil Olshey, thank God. You've got someone who's a lot different than Neil, who I like. I like Joe Cronin a lot. He's really, really good with the cap. He's very smart. He likes athletic wings. So I think their headspace is in a good place. Dame's a little bit older, right? So he's in the mentality that we need to be figuring out how to contend. But I don't think that Dame is realistic about how to build a real team, because you can't do that by being a play-in team and not having a good first-round pick, and you know that you're not in a good free agency destination. You don't have a ton of cap space because, Dame, I'm sorry, you're making $60 million a year. So you're eating up half the cap space by yourself, right? And it's not a team that's has a very high appetite to go into the luxury tax, which they have, but they don't have a high appetite to do it. So what options do you really have, right? You got to make trades, and you have to have enough pieces to make those trades and make the money work, and also have the pieces that another team wants, which comes in the form of what? Draft capital, which you haven't had great decisions and you haven't had great draft capital. So yeah, you're not a good team right now. You have to lose out. That's the only real option that you have. I was looking at Tankathon last night. I don't know if you guys saw my tweet. The second time I pushed Tankathon, Blazers have a 10.5% chance of getting Victor Wembanyama. You know that we only had a 4% chance of getting the number 1 pick when we got the number 1 overall pick in the Kevin Durant year. 4% chance. 4. So if we mess around and get Victor Wembanyama, then Dame, shut your mouth.
Well, so here's the 2 things about that, about what you talked about. Number 1, when I think about Portland, and you know better about Neil Olshey, and if he's good, if he's been terrible,
he wasn't,
and all this other stuff.
Yeah, he wasn't.
They had 8 straight playoff years. You put together a relatively good squad. Were there decisions made and acquisitions?
Was it a good team though? Like, was Evan Turner a good piece?
Well, you got what you could get. You got what you could get, right? Like you weren't getting no free agents, so you had to be a little crafty, and it played out into a point where you were one of the better teams in the league. It was just unfortunate that it was during one of the great dynasties we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like if the Warriors, like if that Blazers team was around this year, they might go to the finals. Right. So, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Like that's just what it is. Like, I don't think that they did a whole lot to mess up what happened. It just that time phased out, and there's a reason why we marvel at what the Spurs did, because that don't happen all the time. Usually it's about 5-6 years, and then you got to tear it down and figure out something else. The other thing about tanking Wembanyama and all this other stuff is the difficult part with Dame is I don't care who it is. I don't care who it is. You're probably going to have to wait 5 to 6 to 7 years for that kid to be ready to be a champion. Like, that's just what it was. Is that way with Jordan? Is that way with LeBron? It wasn't that way with Kobe because he had Shaq. So unless Dame is Shaq, like, I don't care who it is. Ain't no 19-year-old coming in here and being in the finals. Like, you're going to have to wait. And the question is Dame, is he in a spot to wait for that guy to be ready?
I think yes. I don't think he's gonna go. I think being on the right track is important, and the decision-making quality is important. I do want to just go back to what you said though, Kenny, because the botched draft, you said, I'm not sure like how bad the decisions were. The Donovan Mitchell draft may go down as one of the worst draft selections by a GM we've ever seen. If you pull up what the Blazers did, they had 2 first-round picks, packaged them to move up to, I believe, the 10th pick to get Zach Collins. Zach Collins from Gonzaga. When Donovan Mitchell went, I believe, 13th.
Yeah.
Bam Adebayo went after him. OG Anunoby after him. John Collins after him. You can look at that draft up and down and say, oh boy, this team could have had Donovan Mitchell and Dame on it. And
yeah,
then
but nobody was people. I understand people weren't doing that. Like you had CJ and Dame. They would have been blasted, and they would wrongfully blasted. True, but if they took another,
Dame wanted Donovan Mitchell. Dame asked for them to draft Donovan Mitchell.
Well,
he was a huge
players asked to draft other college players a lot, but like they would have like the move.
Zach Collins,
in hindsight,
Zach Collins, though.
Who did Portland trade with to get Zach Collins?
Y'all.
Now,
and you know who you guys got? Harry Giles.
Okay, calm down.
Geez. You know, but see, here's the thing. A lot of people like Zach Collins, and I did not like Zach Collins. I was like, why is this guy getting so much hype? I remember people really like Zach Collins. The answer was to go get Bam. That was the answer.
Yes.
Now, Bam isn't as good as Donovan Mitchell, but that was the answer.
Or OG. I mean, there was a lot of good front court players. They've just been piecing together things. You know what I mean? They've tried. If they go out and get OG and Anunoby this last season, you know, they really tried to do that in the offseason and during the trade deadline. You've got Jeremy Grant and OG Anunoby, Damian Lillard, Shaedon Sharpe, Anthony Simons. That's a really good team. So they're close-ish.
You need to back off. I think OG's headed here.
All right, okay.
Okay, just want to make sure we're clear on that. If
we're not in competition over this.
We get custody of OG Anunoby should he become available.
Here's what I will say though. If you get into a bidding war, Portland's got more.
Yeah.
They got more to give. And
well, so let's think about if you're doing right by Dame, which I don't know that they would. But say you have the 2nd overall pick. First overall pick. And I said this on the show maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. I said, if you have the number 1 overall pick and say it's OKC with number 2 and they're trading with Houston, if you have the number 1 overall pick and somebody offers you 4 first-round picks and one of those first-round picks is the number 2 overall pick, would you do it? And most people said no. But if you're Portland, would you trade back to 2, give OKC a generational talent, but also say we also want Shea and maybe Jalen Williams, or
and you're keeping Dame
to package with Dame to give to Dame?
Oof.
That's what I'm saying. So this draft could lead to players in some way.
But if you're trying to do right by Dame, you don't need all those draft picks.
Right. And
that's what I'm saying. Then you package those picks into some players.
Oh, you package those picks into something else. Oh, I got you.
So you have, say you have the number 1 overall pick. You take number 2, and then you have those other ones. You package those 3 plus Nasir Little, Anthony Simons. Now you grab somebody else. I mean, we're wheeling and dealing here, baby. Let's keep up.
Movie. This is like the draft day movie with Kevin Costner. Just deals for the sake of deals.
The question I would ask, though, and here's another thing, is who do we think is available?
OG for sure.
So, what about
OG winning you a title?
So, well, with everything that she just presented a minute ago, because you have Scoot plus Dame, and I'm sure they have Shaedon. But what about Brad?
I don't like them together at all.
I didn't either.
I don't like them together at all. Dame needs wings. He needs a big two. He needs, I mean, my favorite two, which he would never get, and this is going to be a crazy two that you're like, Trysta, you're insane.
No.
My favorite two to match with Dame off the top of my head that's not Devin Booker is like a Desmond Bane. Like a bigger shooting two. He's what, 6'5". He's got negative wingspan, but he's a really good defender. You'd pair him with like a long, athletic, rangy three. You need to get rid of Nurk, obviously, and find somebody who can
Good luck
do
with
multiple things from the center position. Maybe find a center that is just more athletic, long. I don't know who that 5 would be. Maybe that's somebody that you can go out and get off the top of my head. I don't know.
Maybe you trade
Maybe
Dame to Sacramento.
For
That
who,
works.
De'Aaron Fox?
No.
For who?
On Holmes.
Rashawn Holmes.
Oh,
to
my
start.
God. Here we go.
Yeah, Rashawn and
And them. Rashawn and them.
Rashawn and
Well, what if you go get Cat?
You know, I think that would work, but you would need the wings around them because Cat's not a great defender. He's a good weak side defender, great blocker, good shooting. The problem with the Blazers for so long is they've been a bottom 5 defensive team. Even when they went to the
we
West.
see them. They're in our neighborhood.
Yeah. You're like, oh, yeah, no, I see them in the defensive range.
We go over there to get milk once in a while.
Yeah. They've never been good under Terry Stotts or Chauncey.
Yeah.
I think they had one good year. They were like 18th in defensive rating. But that was kind of an anomaly. They had Mo Harkless was playing well that year. Like it was a collection of bad assets that you just were like, what's going on here? You had Evan Turner and Mo Harkless and Al Farouk Aminu. Raw. They were doing us wrong. So you need a really, I mean, Jaylen Brown, if you had the number 1 overall pick or the number 2 overall pick and you traded the 2 for Jaylen Brown, makes a big ass difference. Jaylen Brown helps the Blazers immensely, and I think he's gettable. I really do. I don't know if you heard what he said last night.
He said
last night?
I saw a clip. I didn't get a chance to listen to it, but I saw a clip and they were like, yeah, this wasn't the best thing for Boston.
Wait, what did he say?
What did he say?
He's saying something new every week.
They were just like, oh, yeah, is it good that they gave you a standing ovation? Did you feel like valued by the fans? And he's like, I just go out and play to the best of my abilities every night, regardless of how people react.
Oh, man. Uh-oh.
They asked him if he wanted to stay, and he was like, I don't know.
Well, there's no benefit in him saying. I'm old enough to remember Kyrie Irving standing at center court in Boston going, yeah, I'll be back next year if y'all want me. I think Boston collectively decided they didn't want him, nor did he want Boston.
So, well, this is because I'm thinking about Trysta's trade idea. What you say doing right by Dame. Is that if you got the 1 or 2 pick, and I'm thinking Scoot or Victor, and we might even be able to push it to 3 and talk about Brandon Miller and what he can do. I mean, that's kind of a lot to pass on for OG Anunoby. And
No. You draft the player this year, and what was
because I think you're moving on from the pick, right, Trysta? To get more.
So say you got number 1, you trade down, but you get a bolt. I mean, you're going to get a lot for if you can get Vic.
You're trading out of
back.
the 1. You're drafting the player this year,
and then you still have 3
other
picks.
picks.
Yeah,
so you have Scoot.
3 picks. Yep, you have Scoot. And so say you're trading back to 2.
You have to be number 1. I think what you're missing. Portland would have to be number 1.
Yeah.
You're basically trading Victor Wembanyama for Scoot Henderson in 4
and probably 3 or 4
picks.
picks, and maybe a young player.
It's those picks that's getting.
And then you package those 3, and you say, "Yo, we'll give you Jaylen Brown and Anthony Simon, or we'll give you these 3 picks and Anthony Simons for Jaylen Brown. What's up?"
Yeah,
and you're getting OKC's 3 picks, not ours.
Danny Ainge would go back to Boston to do that deal,
right? And now you've got Scoot and Dame and Shaden and Jaylen Brown and Jeremy Grant and probably some other center that's Maybe you try to find, maybe it's Jaylen Brown and Rob Williams.
So, and the thing about that scenario is if whether you think you're winning a championship in year 1 or year 2 or whatever, you're not finishing with 30 wins.
Yeah.
Or 35 wins, which is, I feel like if Portland doesn't fix this, that's what Dame is staring at moving forward.
We'll call it shutdown season.
Yeah, like, and now he's had 2 of them.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know how much longer Dame is going to go along with these shutdown seasons. I mentioned Kyrie for a second. I wanted to ask you, who's a bigger NBA wild card, Kyrie or Kawhi?
Ooh. It's a great question.
Thank you.
I would
think about it, is Kawhi for me.
I think it's Kyrie because what we do know for sure is that Kawhi wants to be in LA at home and he does not want to be paired with LeBron. So to me, that's like in the back of my mind. Say whatever you want, Kawhi. Yeah. You want to compete. Yeah. You'll go wherever, Toronto for a year, this, that. You want to be in LA. You're where you want to be. You get along with the front office. They're going to do whatever they can to keep you happy. By the way, I said this on the podcast, Paul George has just quietly become likable. I don't know how that happened, but I am rooting for Paul George now. For the first time.
Was Paul George unlikable?
He's a good dude. He's a little corny, a little annoying.
Was he good when he cheated on Callie Rivers with the stripper and got the stripper pregnant?
Well, that's just another day in the NBA. I wasn't sure if we
use that on top of the whole playoff P thing.
Well, that was a problem.
It's all together in a little ball, you know. If you're gonna do that, you got to show up.
Playoff P was harmless, but he said it with a smile. He said, "Yeah, I came in this playoff P."
No, because what he said is y'all ain't heard about playoff P.
He
and
did.
It's like, no, we haven't. What the hell is playoff P?
It's still harmless.
And then he turned into pandemic P. Then he turned into pandemic P, where he was in the fetal position next to the wall in his hotel bed in the bubble, and they had to drag him out by his socks.
I started feeling bad for Paul George. I was like,
that was mean.
It's clearly something going on here.
But he's now likable. So I don't think Kawhi is going anywhere. And I think Kyrie actually is probably headed back to Dallas because if you look at the cap situation, there's not that many teams that can pay the man.
See, so when I thought about that question, I thought about for these NBA playoffs.
Oh, you mean like that?
I think Kawhi, I don't know how Damian.
I just meant
yeah.
Oh,
that might not have been how you're saying, but when I thought about it, I thought about these NBA playoffs. I think Kawhi Leonard is the biggest wild card in the NBA in these playoffs.
If he turns into who he was against the Dallas Mavericks 2 years ago, where he went full robot, they look dead. Mm-hmm. And you had Ty Lue putting on his best performance, which, by the way, people should be scared that Nick Batum is now back into the starting lineup. Every time Nick Batum goes to the starting lineup, they win games. Starting 5, Nick Batum is a lockdown defender. He is. He is. It's true. It's true. And so he moves Nick to the 5. Kawhi goes full robot. They ether the Mavs. And now, they looked like they probably would have gone to the finals if it wasn't for him tearing his ACL in that joint. So, yeah, I think if he's fully healthy and really good, he can be one of the most unstoppable players in the NBA. So, yeah, I think that's a huge wild card.
Did you see any of Sacramento and Minnesota last night? We were beamless in Sacramento on our big night last night.
I hate to say that I did not see it. I know you were down. You were down. I saw Kenny's tweet. It's actually Kenny's tweet that kept me away.
What'd I say?
You said, when are we subbing out Ant Edwards?
Oh my God. Yeah.
This guy played 58 minutes last night.
At least.
Damn it. Where's the
There
sub?
was a moment it was the first or second quarter where I swear to you, I saw him walking to the bench. And at least maybe the next play, he was at the free throw line. I couldn't figure out how that happened, but I was positive I saw it. I don't believe he actually sat down last night.
When he did go out, I know he did go out at one point, because I was like that LeBron gif when Kawhi was in San Antonio and LeBron tried to shoot the free throw before Kawhi came back in, and he's like, damn it. When I saw Anthony Edwards get to the bench, I was like, damn it. Put the ball in play. Put it in play so he can't get in.
Oh, yeah, he played 39 minutes last night.
That's a lie. It was 49.
He played 39 minutes in the first quarter.
Yeah, it was 49 minutes last night. It was so
I know the beam will win this division soon enough.
Yeah, and that's not even the thing. Like, what do you think about Minnesota? That was because they're the 6th seed right now, and that was a big talk yesterday, even amongst us and some of the Minnesota coaches, that we could see them back for 5, 6, 7 games of these.
That's a scary matchup. I'm looking at the standings right now just to see what their schedule. They play tonight, right? Or no, they play the Suns tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow in Phoenix.
One can only hope they lose that game. Rudy Gobert is just a bad matchup for Sabonis in terms of just like foul trouble. That's my main issue.
Well, that was prevalent last night.
Yep. And that's really the Kings. We've talked about this before. Really, the Kings' Achilles heel is that one thing, that one matchup or bigs that can really get on the glass, use their weight and like Steven Adams, for example, just guys that can get Sabonis into foul trouble. And then that changes the entire offense that you guys want to run and changes the dynamic in a lot of bad ways where we see too much Chimezie Metu down there. And there's no backup for you to go to where you can say, you guys should have gone after Thomas Bryant. Like, he would have been a guy that you could just throw in there to eat up clock and eat up fouls for Domas. So that's really it. So I don't think Rudy Gobert is a great matchup compared to like Kevon Looney and Draymond Green. I think that's a much better matchup in the interior.
Two things, Trysta. Two things that I say. Number one, I had a big old diatribe today about Metu not playing last night. He didn't play last night. And they went with Alex Lynn. The other night they went with Rashawn Holmes against Kessler Edwards because Metu's not a great defender. He misses assignments on all this other stuff. Like, I get all that. But my frustration is Metu is the best you got coming off the bench offensively.
Yes.
If you try to turn this Kings team into some type of defensive, we need to get stops, that's when you're setting it up all wrong. For better or for worse, you guys got to score people. You got to outscore people. Like, that's what it is. You have to field the best team that's going to give you the best opportunity to score 120 to 125. And when you put Alex Lynn in there, when you put Rashawn Holmes in there, because you're worried about a Gobert matchup, you're playing right into the other team's hands, in my opinion. I equate it to, and it's not completely the same, but to Kyle Shanahan, not last year, but the year before, when Debo ran the ball all the time and he'd give it to the wide back, all this other stuff. I don't think Kyle Shanahan wanted to play that way, but he said, you know what? This is what I got. This is how I can win. And that's what I got to do. I don't think Mike Brown wants to just say, don't play defense or let Metu be out there. But this is what I got. This is the best chance to win. And I don't really want to see Alex Lynn or Rashawn Holmes much anymore.
Oh, I think that's super fair because ultimately you only have tools that you have in the toolbox. I think a lot of fans, maybe too many, confuse the identity of a team to simply the coach, or that these players are going to evolve or change into something that they're not, right? If you've got a team that really is not set up to play any defense, then you need to maximize, especially in the interior, then you need to maximize the other end of the floor. Because if you can't play defense, which none of those guys are going to play defense against Rudy Gobert, let's be honest. If you can't play defense against Rudy Gobert, at least you can get him into foul trouble on the other end. At least you can put up buckets on the other end. And if you can't put up buckets inside, now you put a ton of pressure on the wing and on the perimeter. And now those guys start to get tight. And if they miss shots, now you're into transition with Ant Edwards dunking on your face.
Yikes.
Yep.
And now you're down 15 and you don't even know what happened.
There were a lot of dunks last night.
A lot of dunks. Jalen McDaniel.
When Domas had one.
Oh,
where I thought, oh,
nasty.
it's over. It's over.
That was nasty.
It wasn't over. It just wasn't. Like, you thought he had that moment. Everyone went nuts. Crowd was electric. Just was a play in a game. That's all it was. And then, like, Minnesota had 4 of those on the other end.
Is that kind of like, is my estimation sort of similar to your estimation in terms of just the matchup and what you think?
Rudy was a problem yesterday. Rudy was a problem for Domas. He was a problem for De'Aaron. He was a problem for anyone who tried to get the ball anywhere near the basket. He was a problem. He was a problem for Harrison, who was trying like hell to just get to the basket and get points in some way because the 3 wasn't falling. And he was there every time. And he was good defensively yesterday. He disrupted everything. He was upright on virtually every possession. And he hit some of the most garbage shots you'll ever see in history. And it just wasn't going to happen for the Kings last night.
Tristan, let me ask you this real quick. I've talked about yesterday when Cat was out. I was like, I don't like that, because when Cat's there, and this isn't to disparage him as a player, I think he takes up minutes and shot opportunities from Naz Reid, from McDaniels, from Slow-Mo. And even when you talk about being in the game, like Naz Reid, McDaniels, and Slow-Mo, I think they are extremely vital to what they do when they play well. But one of them not going to be in there because Cat is in there. And I like that team a little better without Cat than I do with him. And I think if you face them in the playoffs, you're going to be facing them with Cat. Now, he's a good ball player, but I think that benefits the Kings a little bit more than having to play him with Cat. They haven't played Cat all year.
We in Minnesota now.
Huh?
We in Minnesota now. Remember when he said to Memphis?
Yeah.
And then they proceeded to lose that game.
Yeah.
You can get in Karl Anthony Towns' head. He gets in, talk about foul trouble. He can get into foul trouble fast. He's a very aggressive, emotional player. He's a player that is exploitable in certain ways. So, yeah, I would agree. I would tend to agree. And I actually believe that this will happen, that the Wolves will trade Karl Anthony Towns because the spacing works better without him. Now, if you could get Karl Anthony Towns on the Sacramento Kings as a backup 5, solves a lot of problems for you, but he makes too much money, so that's never going to happen. But I don't know really where he fits, where he goes. Maybe our Dubs. I don't know. I don't know really what the best spot. Maybe like an Atlanta Hawks. Maybe like a Orlando Magic. Orlando would be a fun team with him. It's just a weird setup. That's a roster that it doesn't need both him and Rudy Gobert on it.
You think?
Yeah.
Somebody should have told Alex Rodriguez.
Yeah. Well, because Alex Rodriguez definitely pulled the trigger on that trade. That's a problem we'll have to solve on another day. Trysta Krick, Heat Check Podcast, Bet MGM tonight. We appreciate
We talked all basketball the whole time.
I know.
What else would we have talked about?
I don't know, you guys. I saw Kenyon Martin's little neck tattoo cover up.
You've got
that will cover it up.
Don't you have a podcast coming up with him?
Hopefully soon. So his best friend who went to UC with him, he said, I'm sorry, Jesse. I know. I'm sorry. Jesse, you were doing so well. No,
I forget she can see you down there.
She can see me too.
Yeah,
I thought because you gave me the look.
No, I did. That is what I saw. I saw him give you the look.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's gone now. You can keep
ratings
going.
are still how we're good.
It's okay. You guys are just trying to get pay the bills. It's okay.
No, I think at this point we're just going to keep talking. We might not even go to commercial at this point.
We can go to 43 now.
You can keep going.
All right. So anyway,
we got the podcast coming up, the tattoo cover up.
So we do this event. So great event, Cincinnati. It was a total mess technologically. My mic didn't work. A lot of feedback with the other mics. I try to introduce them. I have to use someone else's mic. And end of the day, event goes well. The friend comes up. He's like, hey, you did a good job, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, yeah, because you can tell he's like part of Kenyon's handler crew. And I'm like, oh, yeah, it'd be so nice to get Kenyon on my podcast. He goes, you have a podcast? And I go, yeah, about the NBA. And he goes, who have you interviewed? And I go, who have I interviewed? And I listed some names. And he was like, you could just tell he's
you listed some names. Did you say, bitch, Jerry West?
I did.
Who have you interviewed?
And he was like, not even feeling that. He was like, do you have any current players on the team? Blah, blah. And I'm like, Kenyon's not a current player. Okay? Kenyon is not a current player. Anyway, so and I know he's like trying to push me off to the side. So we all chilling out watching the Kansas State meltdown to FAU. We're watching that. They're watching UFC. They're into that. We start talking hoops, me and Kenyon, talking about the Rockets because obviously KJ plays there. He spills tea, basically tells me that the Rockets only travel on game day. For whatever reason, they only travel to the new city on the day of the game.
Did they tell you that Steven Silas cried after a game? Did he tell you that? He did.
I told them to do.
Oh,
they're not doing what they're supposed to do.
Of course.
Apparently, ATOs are being ran on iPads.
Oh, man.
Goodness.
He said he buys tickets to the game, doesn't take the family and friends ticket, and he sits right next to the bench so he can figure out the dysfunction that is happening on the team. So I just need to see it myself. He is hilarious. He's really funny. When he gets comfortable, super funny. And so the friend, Meech, he's like,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Who's his friend?
He goes by this guy, Meech.
Okay.
His last name is Meech.
Okay.
I wonder if he had to ask permission for that, but go ahead.
So Meech is like, you watch a lot of NBA? How much NBA do you watch? And Kenny goes, a lot. It's obvious. And I was like, oh, nice. And he's like, I'm not talking to anybody if they don't really know what's going on, Meech. And so I tell him, I was like, yeah, Meech tried to gatekeep you coming on the podcast because he's like, hey, I got to get you on your podcast. And I said, he asked me who I interviewed. And he goes, I don't care if you've interviewed James Naismith himself. If you don't know anything about what's going on in today's NBA, I don't want to talk with you. I don't want to. If you don't know basketball, I don't want to talk to you. I don't care who you interview. I was like, well, take that, Meech.
Oh, careful.
Settle down. Yeah,
careful. Yeah, let's just
be careful. We don't want to talk to Meech like
that.
No. We don't want to talk to Meech like that.
It's a different Meech. Just put that out there.
It's not the same Meech. It's a different one.
Different. But you got it. You just can't go throwing names like Meech and Supreme. Like you just can't go throwing those names.
You're like, hold up, wait, no. She doesn't mean it.
Who the hell is Trysta rolling with?
Well, she'd be interacting with possible.
That same guy, the Medellin, Colombia one was in my Instagram the other day. And he was like, yeah, guess what? I'm in Medellin right now. What's up?
You might have to get a new Instagram, man. You might be stuck in his web, man. You gotta get away from that guy.
Anyway.
Nervous about Trysta coming back to Sacramento now.
Like he's coming back.
How is Cincinnati? Is it like Sacramento or is it bigger?
It kind of feels like that. Yes, that was the vibe. I got Buffalo, I got Sacramento, I got vibes like that. It's a river town, pretty cool architecture. Definitely, I would consider it sort of mixed in terms of like there's definitely like some diversity in culture, food wise, people wise. Louisville's like 30 minutes away, which I went to as well, which is also a very pretty cool city in the downtown area. They've invested a lot of money in it. Yeah, I liked it. I got some good wings there. I got good food. There was really good salon. I got my hair blown out. I was like very impressed. I was like, oh, Cincinnati's not bad. Not bad.
Did you run into Adrian Broner?
I didn't.
Oh.
Was he there? Was he supposed to be there?
What game did you wind up going?
From Cincinnati.
What tournament game did you wind up going to?
San Diego State Creighton.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that was the one.
Yeah.
That was the one. That was emotional.
It was a ride. It's a ride. And you know what? I got tickets second row courtside.
Yeah, I saw the tweet. Yeah. Yeah, I saw you stunting courtside, Trysta.
For like no money. It was like so cheap. Probably because there was San Diego State crazy. These two dudes were in front of me. Both had gone to the same alma mater, didn't know each other. They were just exchanging business cards during the game. During the game, they're like not thinking or watching the game at all. All they're doing is just, oh, you know Sharon? Oh my God, I've known Sharon since the 8th grade. Dude, your first row, center court. Creighton, San Diego State, 1 minute left to go.
Do you how you feel about the Final Four? You okay with it, like with the mid majors and all that other stuff?
I said this on the hit right before y'all. I think it's good for basketball for 3 reasons. 1, kids that will never go to the league are going to get paid, and there's a reason to stay in college basketball, even if you do go to the league for all 4 years. So it is an incentive to stay playing college basketball. 2, if you're a bad coach that doesn't resonate with your players and you're not someone who they mess with, Jim Larinaga is there for a reason. His players love him. If you're not that type of a coach, you are going to fail. You're going to get fired. And 3, if the like transfer portal and the movement, small teams can be built up very fast. Mm-hmm. You saw, not to say they're a small team, but Nigel Pack goes from K-State to Miami because he gets paid to transfer and automatically becomes, one of the best teams in backcourts in the country. They were projected to go 4th in the ACC. They won the ACC outright. Just easily able to get a program in the doldrums to be good right away. So I think it's really good for basketball. I don't know if you guys feel that way, but I do.
Shout out to the Twins.
Shout out to the Twins at Miami. Indeed. Talk about getting paid to transfer. Goodness gracious. Fresno State to Miami. Yeah,
those girls are wild. I sent a screenshot to a friend. I said, tell me, pop quiz, what's this girl do? And they said, oh yeah, she's an OnlyFans model. And I go, no, she's the starting point guard for the Lady Canes, her at Canaan.
Better set of twins. What's the last names? The
Cavinder
twins or the Gonzalez twins? I'm going Gonzalez twins.
Probably Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not gonna chime in. Damien's not chiming in.
No.
No, he's like, I've got people that will slap me upside of my head.
I'm trying to think. I'm still thinking about the question of if this is good for college basketball. I think there'll be an interesting story told next week when we see who tunes into this.
Yeah.
Because these stories, they're always fun stories until it's time for the game to be played. And I think one thing that helps is that there's no dominant against mid-major, right? There's no, a dominant Duke team. There's no South Carolina in this. I just don't know I don't know if the overall appeal is going to be there, especially, and we completely forgot about this, especially when you consider what last year was.
Yeah.
The Duke, North Carolina, and all of those Coach K storylines and Hubert Day, all of that, man, that's a tough act to follow no matter what. Yeah. It's really tough to go, oh yeah, we got a couple of mid-majors in this thing. UConn's in here. That's tough.
But I'll say this, interest, and let me know what you think. Those days are gone forever.
Yeah.
Those days are gone.
Just last year.
Yeah, that's it. Coach K's gone.
Wow.
That
Phil
was
Self is gone. He's probably going to retire.
Yeah.
He probably should.
He had a heart attack 2 weeks ago.
Real soon. And the players. One of the things that made those programs so prolific is they always had the players that were going to the NBA next.
But you'll still be able to get those guys. Again, this was last year. It was Paolo.
But half of the top 10 isn't going to really have almost anybody from any of those schools.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
Field in the Kentucky and Duke used to dominate the lottery. Those days are gone.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Those are for sure dead. But the time of Duke paying $50,000 to land the top recruit, or the $100,000 or $1 million, that's not dead.
Well, I think what's dead is the fact that they can do it for $1 million, because now you have a bunch of other teams that can also give you $1 million. And instead of playing for Coach K or John Shire. You can play with someone who rocks like Jerome Tang.
Or you can go to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Or you can go to or you can go to
Exactly.
LA.
Yeah.
Or you can be
Or Miami.
Yeah, Miami.
You can go to Miami. Yeah.
And Larinagas, he's probably not retiring anytime soon. He seems to be having a lot of fun. Also, I don't know if you guys saw this, but the women's tournament, Iowa versus Louisville, did better ratings. 2.1 million people watched that game. Better than any NBA game this year. Ratings.
I think
Really?
Yes, 2.1
million.
Caitlin Clark.
I don't know if it's going to
Wow.
outrate. I'm actually pretty sure it won't outrate the men's Final Four. I think the women's Final Four is better this year.
I do too. But think about this. The women's Final Four is 3 times the price in the men's Final Four to get in.
Part of that, I think, is South Carolina. Part of that is Dawn. Part of that is the undefeated season. Part of that is history. Part of that is now you have a new blue blood involved in all of this. And Kenny's girl over at LSU.
Oh,
Yeah.
She's a big part of that
He's
too.
legit.
Hey, don't shade my other girls over at Vitek. Don't shade them. Those my girls.
I know they are. That's fine.
Yeah, no, and I think Caitlin Clark triple-double 41 points helps that as well.
Oh, absolutely.
She is a problem.
Yeah.
I think South Carolina.
I think the conversation needs to slow down a little bit on Caitlin Clark, but she's incredible.
She's ridiculous. Did you see also? I know, sorry, but
Matter.
So Haley Van Lith was like chirping her when they were up 8. Louisville was up 8. And the Louisville coach was like, Haley, don't do that to Caitlin Clark. Please don't do that at all. Like, stop talking to her. Stop making her mad. And then she went off 41-point triple-double on him.
Yeah, what's great is that Louisville coach is usually about his players chirping.
Yep.
And it's good to know he's finally learned his lesson and told his players to pipe down.
Is Haley coming back?
I mean, I think you have to be a senior regardless, right?
Yeah.
How old is she?
Well, you have to be 4 years removed.
Right.
So you don't have to be you could be a red shirt
potential
junior.
Because she's got a little unlikable potential too.
So she's 21.
So I think she's clear then if she's 21.
We'll have to see.
That would be 4 years removed from high school.
Depends on when she turns it, right? Because 18 plus 3 is 21.
Well,
I'm not going anywhere until Trysta finds this. So when Trysta finds this, we'll go to commercial. But I'm not going anywhere until she finds
Stop
it.
that. Stop that.
I can see her looking.
I don't know. I don't think I can. I don't think I can answer at the moment. I can't answer at the moment. I'm sorry, Jesse. You guys are tremendous. I spoke with the homie from 95.7 The Game today, Matt Nahigian.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some things in the works for us and them.
Wow, look at that.
Just a little synergy.
Okay.
You could change. We could change. We could all change.
Let's hope it's not Minnesota. I don't want it to be Minnesota. Because then I'm only coming for 2 games. Then I'm out.
No trips to the Mall of America?
No. I don't think they'll let me anyway. I've been missing some time. They're already salty. So you know how it is.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Love you, TK.
You rock, Trysta.
See you next week.
See you next week.
Great.
All right, bye.
Yeah, we really need to take a break. So
I don't know when we're gonna do the show again.
I don't know either. There's a lot of commercials on the way here. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Are you still looking stuff up? What are you?
No.
What are you doing?
You're
still looking. Who do you talk to before us? Because when you said, "Oh, the hit that I did before you," I kind of got mad. Like,
Buffalo?
who's she talking to before us?
Is it Memphis?
I do all my hits on one day. You guys are the last ones.
I know.
Tell Memphis they can kiss our ass.
They called me and they're like, "Thanks for doing this with with John and Jason. We really appreciate you holding it down for the number 2 team in the West, Memphis Grizzlies." That's what they said today.
Tell them they can kiss our ass. Is that the black guy and the white guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. I listened to their show a couple times. It's a good little show.
Yeah, they're good. They're good. I won't go if she's a 2024 mock draft. Yeah, she's got another year to go.
Okay.
She seems to get under people's skin.
Yeah, she does. Did you see Caitlin Clark was like, yo, you're down 15 points. Shut up. Be quiet.
Caitlin's funny.
She's got some dog in her.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she's bad.
The women's game is popping.
Yeah, it is. I wonder if there'll be a possibility that the women's game will be more popular or as popular as college men's.
I think there is simply.
I think it could be. There could be stars.
Stay.
Yeah,
they stay. Like you're gonna get the best women in the college game, and they'll be there for 3. It'll be like how men's college basketball used to be.
Yeah, I could see that. I could absolutely see that.
Plus, you're seeing the athleticism and skill go up.
Mm-hmm.
If you could get more, I know this sounds crazy, but I'm sure that's possible, is not on the same exact level, but more Caitlin Clark types, more athletic Haley Van Lith out there.
Well, the fact that we had like Sabrina, now we have Caitlin, and oh, by the way, Aaliyah Boston. Like there's a lot of
Boston's nice, Angel's nice.
Yeah, some really, really high caliber names to talk about.
You know who I always talk? Well, one of the people I always talk about, Juju coming.
Yeah.
Juju is coming. But my other girl I always talk about is Paige. I love watching Paige.
Paige is great. I think that Caitlin would go over Paige in the draft.
If Paige don't have injury, I think we talked about this last week.
Yeah, we did.
If Paige don't have injury concerns, I'm taking Paige, but you can't do that because she has injury concerns. Paige,
yeah.
But I think the guard play will help out the women's game more than the ladies down low. So I love Aaliyah Boston, love Angel, but I like layups in the post off the putbacks. That's not moving the game for like viewers.
I saw this Instagram reel of I don't know exactly. I think this little girl was like 12. She was nasty, hitting 28 footers, step back, like she was nasty.
Doesn't Juju work out with Phil Handy?
I think so. Yeah.
What is she, 13? 14?
No, she's about to go. She's about to
go.
Let's see.
She's going to USC.
There's another Juju.
I believe she's a Rich Ball client.
That's a McDonald's All-American too. I think there's like 2 Jujus.
Yeah.
There's one that was used to date Mikey Williams.
Yeah, so there's Juju Watkins, and then there's the other Juju.
The other Juju used to date Mikey Williams. And she's McDonald's All-American too. She's got like the star appeal, right? Like she's a YouTube star.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All the little teenage boys love that Juju.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're both really good. They're both really fun. Game's in a good spot. Well, I'm about to be late for this show, so let me go.
That's all right.
I was late nice today, too.
Yeah,
I like the leather jacket. I like the shines. You look good.
Thanks. I try for y'all,
We'll see you next week.
All right, see you next week. Bye.
Bye. Showing up to work late. Why? It's on D'Lo and Casey.
I had to go over with the co-host.
BetQL asked me to come on. They asked me to come on. It must have been Friday.
I don't laugh because they asked you to come on, but you going on the betting show is. D'Lo, can you give us the handicap for?
All I could think about is, that boy is Shu gonna be here? I'm gonna talk to him.
We gotta see it. We gotta have it.
I gotta talk to him.
We gotta have it.
They wanted me on Friday. I was like, fellas, I'm not available, man. Sorry.
That'll come back around.
All right. Great stuff with Trysta Krick always. Make sure you check out the Heat Check podcast. Make sure you add that to your podcast rotation. One of the best in the game. Worldwide Woe was going to join us today. Rob Perez, he actually rescheduled. We rescheduled with him. He had some travel delays, some travel difficulties getting out of Sacramento this morning, getting back to Los Angeles. So he the option was to join us on the phone if he wanted to. He was like, "Nah, I want the full experience. Want to be on the live stream." So he's going to join us. I believe the time for Worldwide Woe is 2:00 tomorrow. Mark Spears. Mark Spears is going to join us at 1:00 tomorrow, allegedly.
Hopefully.
Unless, something comes. Got to do Mark Stein's podcast tomorrow.
I believe in you, Spears. I believe in you, man.
Mark, we're gonna make this happen.
I'll tell you should get Kenny Smith tomorrow.
hey, send me a reminder text, guys. I got you. Hey, Mark, you good for today at 1? Y'all lost. Yep.
He said, ain't no story coming out.
Yeah, that poor man was working too. Ain't no story coming out. No, indeed. Jason Jones, who so tomorrow, 1:00, Mark Spears, 2:00, Rob Perez, Worldwide Wobe, and then 3:00, James Ham will be with us, and hopefully at 7:00, the Kings will begin. Well, maybe not. Maybe if the Warriors lose to the Pelicans tonight, that'll be the end of this, and the playoffs will be clinched, and we can move on. If not, they'll have an opportunity to do it against the Portland Trailblazers team that have seemingly just kind of shut things down here moving forward. We know Dame Lillard won't play another game. We capped Dame's number at 58 yesterday. We wrote, I believe, with pen, Dame Lillard into an all-NBA spot. It'll be really interesting to see if those missed 24 games harm him in this voting process. Steph will be in the general vicinity of 58 because I believe tonight is his 51st game. Okay. So he'll finish somewhere around 58. And I guess if you let one in, you got to let them both in because there's no question they're deserving in terms of what they do on the floor. There's no question about that. It's just, do you hold those missed games against them or not? And I don't know if voters will or not, especially with names. This isn't, and I think you'll know what I mean. This isn't Kyrie.
Yeah.
Where some of those guys have opinions on Kyrie. It's Steph and Dame. I don't think most of the people who vote have a bad thing to say about Steph or Dame.
No, and I'm trying to think because I agree with you. If you let one in, it seems like you'll let the other in. And I'm trying to think. I put Steph, Dame, Shea, Luka. Am I missing any other guy?
You're missing the microphone a little bit, but that's about
it. So you got those 4.
Yeah.
And then that leaves 2 spots for De'Aaron, Ja, Kyrie. That's about it, huh?
Man, like you can't. I have tremendous respect for Kyrie's game. You can't put Kyrie and Luka both on. You cannot put them both on.
Well, yeah.
That team is a dumpster fire.
I know, but Luka's gonna make it.
I know Luka's gonna make it.
That's why I didn't even mess around. He's a lock. They're gonna put him on there. And you got the situation: is Jaylen Brown a forward or a guard? I mean, I think De'Aaron should get on there.
What do you think about? I mean, a lot of people want to say Sabonis is a lock, but James has been quick to point out he's referenced regularly by the NBA as a forward/center.
That's even more of a lock.
Huh?
To me, that's even more of a lock.
Even with Anthony Davis continuing to play?
Yeah, because if they do that, then they just put him in forward.
Oh, okay. I got you. So that's what I was going to ask you is could Anthony Davis and Domantas Sabonis both make it?
Yeah, I think they could. I think they may work it that way. I think if it came down to it, Domantas should make it over Anthony Davis at the center spot. But if they want,
I agree.
If they want to,
Anthony Davis has had a phenomenal season.
Yes, he had some stinkers since he came back, like in this little run, some rough outings. But he's had a really good season.
Check Anthony Davis's game total here real quick because I don't think we've looked at this one. Oof. He's at 49.
If he plays the rest, he'll finish with 57. Maybe?
It's come one, come all, or shut the door. Like because you can't hold Anthony Davis's games against him and not hold Steph's and Dame's against him.
Yeah, and
circumstances are different for all of them.
Yeah,
but
to be honest with you, I mean,
still games played.
You could probably do that and also understand that like there isn't a whole lot of guys behind Anthony Davis. So you could justify it that way as well. Like, who are the other front court? Like maybe Lauri Markkanen, but I think he's fallen out of that. Like, look, I don't think Lauri Markkanen at this point, with
He's the
especially
only
where the
other
Jazz are
one.
going to be, should be all NBA over AD.
He's the only other one who I think's in the and I don't mean in the conversation to make it, like just in this general conversation, because I'm with you in the sense I don't think he makes it.
Yeah. So
I think there was more momentum for that around the All-Star game than there is now.
Right. So we're looking at Markkanen, Julius Randle.
It's not that's actually not the worst.
No, Julius.
That's not the worst idea.
When you talk, the forwards are not as loaded as the guards.
Mm-hmm.
So Julius absolutely could end up being an All NBA guy.
Mm-hmm.
Because it gets kind of
then the Jalen question is in play, and
Jalen is in there. Jason Tatum. Markkanen might get in just because there's not a lot of forwards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then you go down to somebody like Pascal Siakam, like Jimmy Butler might get there. So, yeah.
Interesting.
Domas should be there either way.
Yeah. Man, these it'll be so that there won't be there's a alleged and a amendment and addendum of something coming that could involve games played being factored into these awards. These aren't awards, these acknowledgments. I don't think it's coming before the end of this regular season, though. It's coming as part of a new collective bargaining agreement that's probably likely on the way for the NBA.
Do you? How much time we got?
Like a minute.
Do you?
We went an hour without going to commercial.
Yeah, no. Do you think? How do you feel about the media voting on that and it being tied into?
Okay, so
I mean that's what I'm saying. We could talk about on the flip side.
Okay,
RIP flip side.
That's tough. Well, speaking of flip side, that RIP flip side, there's a couple 49ers things worth bringing up. So we'll do that. I have feelings about it, but I don't know what the alternative is. So we'll answer that. We've got Jason Jones coming up as well. Mr. WrestleMania, Jason Jones set to join us. So that's all ahead here as D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with over 2,000 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino. More on the way here on ESPN 1320. Yeah, it definitely where he's at. Yeah, it'll be curious to see how they shake that out.
Celtics fans have been on this thing on NBA Twitter trying to be like Jalen is a forward and stuff like that. I don't think they're confident he makes it as a guard.
I see. Yeah, the guard position's tough. The guard position's loaded.
I mean, the starting lineup most of the year has been Smart and Derek White or whatever. Jalen's been playing the three, I guess, hypothetically, but not hypothetically. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, if they have him listed as a guard / forward, then who cares?
Yeah, I think he should be listed as a forward.
I don't think. I think. I don't remember. I feel like Will Z looked this up one time. I don't think Domas has played a single minute at the 4 all year.
Yeah, Jalen hasn't really been a guard like the last few seasons.
So it's like, what are we doing? But if that's what they want to do, and that's where do you just name the 15 best players in basketball? I think there's flaws in that too. Like there's potential hiccups in doing that too. But again, we can list all of the problems. What's the solution to these problems? Man, I don't know. Yeah, man, big facts. I know Delivery Joe probably out there. Shout out to the carriers and the delivery drivers, and I can see it from here, man. It looks rough. Certainly dark out there. I didn't even know it was raining. I went to step out. Thankfully, it didn't start raining until the tail end of the walk, but it was really, really dark. I was like, hey, all right. And then headed down the final turn on that street and started raining on us.
It's not even like soft rain either. It's like rained.
Yeah,
like the last few months.
Yeah. Yep. One thing I do like though for this weekend, and I hope it stays this way, is it's supposed to be cloudy this weekend, and I like that because that'll make the WrestleMania viewing experience a little better. No movie theater vibes. I like it.
You see Dominic use the Eddie line on Ray?
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of a shame that they haven't involved Vicky in all of this. Like, they could have easily had Vicky be a part of this.
What does she do now?
I don't
Last time
think
I saw she was AEW.
Yeah, I don't think she does anything, but I think they were pissed she went to AEW. And so I think they've held that against her. Kenny said something to the women in the office. Oh, Kenny, you're so funny.
Listen to this guy.
Man, fucking, you ain't never lie. The funny thing is, he thinks everything. He thought that it just was great. Oh, with you? Yeah. It
gotta be a follow up.
Yeah.
No, John Bull, there's only one Dame Dollar. There's only one.
Stop it. You know what's funny, John, is Kenny and we were walking, and I was like, this is the general vicinity in which John shot that video. And I started scanning the crowd. I was like, where the hell is John Bull at? It's like, where is he? Look for the guy. He's here somewhere. And I couldn't find you.
Some people were calling that like the smoothest wave of all time too when you were walking down there.
Nobody was calling it that.
Oh, people are calling it that.
All I know is I'm like, all right, this is pretty funny. And then like a day later, that video had been viewed 10,000 times. All of the work Jesse puts into putting these great clips on social media, and a clip of John recording me waving to somebody gets.
That was an all-timer. It was an all-timer. Oh, come on. The hell.
Oh, John, it's always funny. I would have laughed at that.
Sheldon L. Grove just text me this. I'm going to show you guys. Not all you guys, just these two. I don't know.
Kenny texting us some game screenshots. They just let anybody in the. They just let anybody in the front row in Sacramento. My goodness, man. The professor, Mr. WrestleMania, Jason Jones, set to join us. Just had a weird realization on the air. Should we break at 13?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Oh,
that's
for sure. That gives us enough time to
Sorry
talk what we got to talk, though.
Yeah, so let's start with your question, because it was it was the
what was
no, you asked about the all NBA thing, and that conversation kind of continued. I got you.
I'm glad I asked it before the break.
I got you. You asked about media voting and the all NBA stuff, and that being tied to contracts. I hate that it's tied to contracts. I understand, because it establishes you as one of the 15 best players in the league. Mm-hmm. Sort of. It establishes you at one of the best players in your position. Sort of. Like, Kyrie's not going to get voted into this. You can't tell me Kyrie's not one of the best at his position. Like, he is. But again, this is a very, very exclusive group, and I understand that. I understand that Dame is, and I understand that Steph is, but I also understand those guys are going to play less than 60 games. So how do you factor all of that into it? The biggest thing about media voting is I don't know what the alternative is, because a lot of people say it should be players, it should be coaches. We've seen enough votes from players to know not all of them, enough of them don't take this seriously. Mm-hmm. And that's problematic if contracts are tied to this, and not small contracts. Like, we're talking hefty contracts.
Mhm.
We're talking, we're talking super max contracts in some cases. And coaches, coaches are focused on the next team that they're playing.
Mhm.
So they see every team, but I don't think they're retaining that information in the same way because they can't.
Mhm.
They don't retain information on a team the way that we might as fans because that's not who they're playing next. They essentially have to take all of this information in on the Minnesota Timberwolves, right? And great, yeah, Naz Reid creates problems here, and Rudy Gobert this, and all of this. Okay, great. Then you got to erase it. You got a Men in Black joint that memory and focus on the Portland Trailblazers, and then you do it again to focus on the San Antonio Spurs and the New Orleans Pelicans and the Dallas Mavericks. So to ask coaches to do it, I don't think it's fair either.
Yeah.
I think the only ones that you hope take their job seriously enough are media members. And there's no simple formula for it unless I'm just thinking about this right now, unless you create like an all NBA task force that is
College football playoff.
no,
College
a
football
committee.
committee.
Yeah, it's a committee that their job is to determine this. And when late November, De'Aaron Fox in Sacramento he's doing something.
That
now you're maybe you're paying a little bit closer of attention, or maybe they're bumped up in your rotation of games that you're paying attention to. Like I don't know what the right way to do it is.
That's actually probably the best way to do it is to have a committee. But I listened to Spears' boy Windhorse talk about this the other day, and he was talking about how like the media got involved in that respect simply because the owners and the players don't trust each other. The players don't trust the owners to give them like the fair market value for who they are in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And the owners don't trust the players and the agents not to inflate their true market value in the league. So they said, we don't like the media, but hell, it's the lesser of three evils.
Yeah.
Have them be, make the vote and we'll determine it that way. But it comes from distrust. Like nobody thinks the other will be fair.
No, that makes sense. I understand that completely.
Media, right?
Especially with this amount of money on the line.
Yeah. And actually, hopefully we can talk to him about it tomorrow if he wants. If he comes on the show. Mark Spears famously says, I don't vote because of that. Like it could affect my job, and I just don't want those issues. So he'd be eligible. He'd be one of those guys that would be able to vote for all NBA, but he says I'm not going to do it.
Did you
dynamic?
Speaking of, have you caught up on the Jim Trotter stuff?
No.
Jim Trotter, NFL reporter.
Yeah, no.
He was fired.
When did this happen? Over the weekend?
Weeks. He was fired. Like, what was it? A couple weeks ago, he was grilling Roger Goodell about black coaches, general managers, like the lack of diversity and they fired they fired the black reporter.
Jeez.
It's incredible.
For asking.
And by the way,
questions.
Jim Trotter, one of the nicest like human beings on the planet.
Yeah.
Like who's very, very good at his job. That is embarrassing.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it really is ridiculous.
Yeah,
Jeez.
it's absurd. It is absurd.
Two things about the NFL real quick?
Yeah.
First, the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
We'll try and get them both in real quick. But I think John Lynch spoke yesterday.
Yeah.
And
Kyle Shanahan spoke today.
And I didn't see exactly what Kyle. I saw one quote from Kyle, but it wouldn't have nothing to do with what John Lynch said. John Lynch basically said that Brock Purdy's QB1.
Yeah.
And
so you didn't see what Kyle said?
He said, did he say something about weeks 1 through 4?
No, he said something about weeks 1 through 8, but he did say Trey Lance, which is I don't know if this is coach speak or a difference in thought, but he's like Trey Lance is going to have the opportunity to be a starting to be the starting quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
I also believe He said Sam Darnold.
Well, yeah. You know, kind of these coaches gonna do. They gotta throw those guys in there.
I don't want to misrepresent that part of what he said, but I do think I know he said Trey and Sam Darnold are going to take first team reps.
Yeah, they said basically they can compete and stuff like that.
Okay,
good for Sam Darnold. Okay, you're competing. But the Purdy thing, I've said it, and I like Trey Lance a lot. I actually believe in Trey Lance. For today, Purdy's the better quarterback. Purdy's the better quarterback. We'll see how he bounces back from injury and what happens there. But if they're both healthy, it's Purdy. And I think it's like unless Trey, say it's 8 weeks.
Oh, 8 weeks into the season?
Yeah.
Oh man.
And Trey is 7-1.
No,
I don't know what
you
change.
do. No, you don't do anything. You don't do anything.
If Trey is 6-2,
you don't do anything.
I don't know.
If Trey is 6-2, you don't do anything. Are you serious?
Purdy. Well, this is going from last year too. So Trey Lance could have improved a lot since the last time I seen him, and he may have the by the time I see him.
He threw in a and then boom. Oh! If he throws in a boom, that's over. I can guarantee you.
Who am I, Steve Berman out here? Oh no, John Madden. That's who I'd be. But yeah, that's interesting. That's
Steve Berman, the Bay Area sports guy. You mean Chris Berman?
Chris Berman.
I don't think my guy Steve Berman makes.
No, it was mad. It was mad. It was mad. But yeah, that's interesting. The other thing I wanted to get into.
Boom. That's a bad quarterback right there, boy. That's a bad quarterback.
Put it on a video game. The other thing, real quick, before we get out of here and leave football, maybe for another 2 weeks, that I want to talk about. Did you see the Niners are the favorite to get Super Bowl? I don't know what number this is.
I saw
but in 2026. I didn't think they'd ever get a Super Bowl again.
2026, really?
Yeah.
Oh, why didn't you think they'd get another Super Bowl?
With LA and Vegas around, I didn't think.
Well, it's still, but
I didn't think they'd come back to San Francisco.
Yeah, but that's what it is, though. It's San Francisco. Like, of course they'll do San Francisco.
It's outdoor.
Yeah, but it's in San Francisco. Well, it's outdoor in Santa Clara, but you get the San Francisco.
I mean, it's outdoor right now. It's raining cats and dogs. I didn't think they would, but Jed York.
Where did that phrase come from? That is one of the dumb. It's raining cats and dogs.
That'd be kind of scary.
Like dog. Like who? Where did? Can someone research where that line came from?
We need to know where that came from.
It's raining cats and dogs.
Jed York
I did say John, or was it Jed York who's
Jed said he's very optimistic
that a Super Bowl is coming soon. I don't think he would say that without knowing at least something.
Right. And I think they just announced they're having $120 million.
They did
in renovation.
Unless that $121 million picks that stadium up and moves it, it ain't gonna be enough.
Right.
You're gonna have to just completely move that stadium for me to be interested. We'll come back.
Levi's, bro. We're going to Levi's. And if the Super Bowl comes to San Francisco, we're going to the Super Bowl.
Oh, well, yeah, because I'll just tag along with you. We can get you, but I'm down for that. That ain't nothing.
I want to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that ain't nothing. We'll come back. Mr. WrestleMania, Jason Jones of The Athletic, joins us here on D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, don't forget to go to ESPN1320.com and enter to win a VIP booth for you and 3 of your friends at D'Lo and KC's watch party on April 5th, Fieldhouse American Pub. I think these are the two shittiest shows I've ever done back to back. Like I've been a disaster. I was so preoccupied by the YouTube thing yesterday and having the cattle's count up in the corner. I was so preoccupied with that it really threw like a lot of the show off and then knowing everything we were leading into, and I'm
fine.
Gotta texting Kenny to tell him, you're gonna have to start the show without me. Oh no, go do the show. 6 straight more minutes of talking without me getting a question answered.
These things are hard outs. It starts at 12.
We really do. It's a weird cluster.
I wonder what they're going to do with that 100. What they're going to do with the renovations. I think some people think they're going to put shade over. But I think they looked into that. They said they can't do it.
Where at Levi?
Yeah. That's what I always remember is them saying like it's not possible. Bro. This is oh boy. Where's TweetDeck when you need it?
ESPN1320.com. Go enter. Go home and watch the tape.
I didn't know that about Trotter though. That's whack.
Your boy Karn wrote about it. And I had saw some. I was like, they didn't fire Jim Trotter. And then I saw his article. I'm like, oh, come on, man. And
did you see
read into it a little
did
bit.
you see I didn't see it, so I'm seeing maybe you saw it. Mike McDaniels was he asked about black quarterbacks or black coaches in the league or something?
I'm not sure.
Did you see the clip though?
I just saw the one about him talking about the Commanders. That was it.
The Commanders. That's exactly what
you talking about.
What
the one?
Did he say? I just saw.
Oh, he was just talking about how like they're gonna get sold for $6 billion, but they used to have to pay for coffee back then. Wait, you're talking about that clip, right?
I think so. I just saw like a tweet, and I was somewhere where I couldn't listen to it, and I was like, I'm gonna go back and listen to what he said.
Mike McDaniel on Dan
like,
Schneider selling the Commanders.
Yeah, they were like Mike was very cautious. He switched up a little, but I didn't know what he said.
Hey, we're talking about two different clips.
Wow, the organization's worth that much? And, I couldn't get free coffee? Wow, the organization's worth...
That's been viewed 1.1 million times.
Couldn't get free coffee. Poor guy.
Oh, this is a cool picture of it's Mike McDaniel, D'Amico Ryan, Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh all together with John Lynch, Ron Cat. That's a great picture. Yeah. Martin Luther Shanahan.
This is great.
It's a great picture.
Levi Stadium. This is great to know. Some of the renovations, maybe all of them, are going to be to add more suites. That's great. We love that.
Are they still taking down Great America?
I think so.
That's horrible.
Holy crap! Great America is still there?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called? Is it still called Great America?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
Wow. What's the one in Vallejo called? Six Flags?
It's Discovery Kingdom.
Flags.
Discovery Kingdom, okay.
Not to be confused with Discovery Park.
Yep, those are different.
That's where I went last summer. They got recent Jazz got on that stupid ass Superman ride.
That's a good ride. D'Lo and Casey are going on roller coasters this summer. We are, and we're back.
I think I might have been.
Jesse thought he was going to just drop that line, and oh, we're back.
Well, we can talk about it still. We're going to get it paid for. Don't worry.
We're not getting on roller coasters, bro.
No, I think I've been on my last roller coaster.
No, we're not getting on roller coasters.
What if we get it sponsored?
Where's the roller coaster?
We won't do Magic Mountain.
Which one is it?
We can do Great America before it goes down, or we can go Vallejo.
I'm not getting on a roller coaster on an amusement park that's about to be torn down.
It's not like the fair, though. It's
no,
different.
I'm absolutely not
I
getting
don't do
on
the fair
anything
either.
at the fair.
Hell no. Scandia? Are you gonna get on that one?
No, bro. No.
That's who's gonna buy it.
I'll pretty much I'll tap it off. I trust the people at Disneyland. That's the best I can give you.
Okay, fine. We'll ride the roller
and I
coaster.
still ain't doing it.
We're going to California Adventure. Then we'll ride the roller coaster there that goes on the loop, and then we'll do the Guardians of the Galaxy ride that goes up and down.
What?
I actually did Guardians of the Galaxy.
That's a solid ride.
No.
Yeah, it was fine.
Why are we doing
Guardians
this?
of the Galaxy was one of those rides. I wasn't even sure if I was actually moving. I just thought it might have been the screen in front of me dropping really fast. I was like, is this one of those things that's a trick? And I just am staying completely still.
I don't need to be outside. Give me
We'll go to Great America. Casey gets on the Demon. It'll be a good time.
Give me a good old Back to the Future. I could do Back to the Future.
Give me a screen. I got on the Demon a number of different times when I was younger.
My grandmother, she passed out on the Demon once.
I saw.
I'm not getting back on it.
I saw the DeLorean in person at the Peterson Automotive Museum.
Nice.
It was kind of dope.
Nice.
It was there were a lot of very nice cars there. I think some of them were from your collection.
Not from.
There was like a Bugatti that was like 2.5. There was like less than 300 of those.
Those are Birdman cars. Birdman cars.
I swore it said the Caraway family. Estate.
Absolutely not.
Oh,
absolutely not. But
misunderstood.
Back to your roller coasters. Superman is a no-no. Hell no. Jazz, I think I might have said this on the air. We went to Six Flags over the summer, and I already told him, like, I'm not getting on no rides. And Reese and Jazz, they wanted to be little thrill seekers. They're like, let's go get on Superman. We got up on Superman. I saw that thing, and I said, nah, bro. They came off that thing like they saw a ghost.
You're talking about the Six Flags in Vallejo, not LA, though, right?
The one in Magic Mountain is even worse.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Why? That's not fun. It's not fun. Why?
So what we settled on is we're not getting on a roller coaster. The Kings take us on enough of a roller coaster. We don't need one of those. And the Kings took their fans on a roller coaster of emotions last night.
Bumper cars, man. That's about it.
Oh, my bumper cars.
Wow.
The Kings took us on a roller coaster of emotions last night.
Did
though, yeah, I was going to say,
we were just like,
though we never hit that big peak.
Yeah.
We never hit that moment.
We just stayed low.
They took the lead. Like there was a few points where the crowd was rocking, but as we established, I think the longest sustaining vibe in the building was Kings went up and then the timeout was called.
Yeah.
And it prolonged everything a little bit. And then I think Minnesota scored coming out of the timeout.
Did you I don't think you ever kind of gave your take on whether you thought the team felt the pressure a little bit last night of the moment.
Yeah, I feel like they did. It just didn't feel like, and again, this isn't at all to discredit what Minnesota did. Minnesota is a difficult matchup. Minnesota is long. Minnesota closed out on them. Minnesota was forcing guys to create threes themselves, which that's not their game. And as we noted, 27 threes, 21 of them were open or wide open. So I think they had to work so hard to get those. They just couldn't get the shots to drop. We could come up with a million reasons why they didn't. And it feels like with the level of open shots that they had, open or wide open, I think are the two metrics you and Will use. Got to blame it on something. And we can they can downplay it. I could talk about how it's a fan thing or a fan and media thing. It's tough. They knew the expectations in there. Like the media room was full. Mike Brown's press conference was packed.
Yeah.
Like every seat was full. Now, part of that is too, Minnesota travels with a lot of people. Like there were, 4 or 5 guys with Minnesota who got up from Mike Brown's press conference to go over and see Chris Finch. So like they travel with a lot of guys. But there were guys who aren't there every game that were there. There were Worldwide Woe was there with a videographer and all those different things and with his camera and all of this stuff. So I think they did. And I think De'Aaron's remark about, it's not the end of the world. We just lost the game. It's not the end of the world. I think a little bit, I think that's a slightly defensive reaction because he knew it meant a lot to everybody else. And I think it meant something to him. I don't think it meant as much to him as it did everybody else, because I do think that team, coaching staff and players are focused on something bigger than just making the playoffs. And which is part of the reason, that I think the weight of the moment conversation has more validity to it, because I genuinely believe it's like a record chase. You hear a guy who's going to break like in like a prestigious record, not the Keegan Murray record, not that that's obviously a great record for him to have, but I'm talking 60 something home runs or whatever, 50 passing touchdown. You just want to get it over with. Like you just want to get to the point. Like LeBron James, we saw LeBron walk in the building that night. He's going to get this record tonight. He does not want this to carry over. He wants to get this over with. It's in striking distance now. It's over. Yeah. I think that's how the Kings fell. Yeah. They just want to get that part over, and then they could essentially focus on basketball. I would bet your bank account they just want the Pelicans to win tonight and get this over with.
Absolutely.
They don't care how it happens. Just get it done, get it over with, and let's keep it moving.
We'll be in Doco.
I will not. I will be at home. Jason Jones,
the professor.
I need to change that place card right there. Jason Jones of The Athletic. I know the Jonas here. He is affectionately known now as Mr. WrestleMania. Jason Jones, as the articles have started to drop, the countdown to WrestleMania is on. What's your give me, since I'm just living vicariously through you, what's the itinerary for the coming days as we head into WrestleMania weekend?
Let me see. I was just actually running late. I was working on my Bianca Belair story. That dropped.
Get some time with her?
Yeah, on the phone, but yeah.
Oh man.
And she'll be at media. Yeah. Time not wasted. She'll be at the media junket this week, so I get to actually see her in person. But get down there. They got media Thursday morning. We got Wale Mania Thursday night.
Oh, you going to Wale Mania? Okay.
All right. I'm going to Wale Mania. Yeah. Maybe I can say it was up to Swerve in person. Friday we got more media. Got SmackDown. Got the Hall of Fame.
You doing all of this?
Yeah, I'm doing everything.
Wow.
Then obviously you got I don't know if I'm doing NXT. I think we're down to be at NXT on Saturday morning, and then also you got 2 days of Mania. So yeah, I am going to be happily
WrestleMania. Yeah.
I'll have to get a picture point at the sign at some point. I don't know what angle I'm gonna get to, but I'm gonna have to.
You got to do it Ronda Rousey style.
With like an angry
yeah.
There it is.
And then just go back to smiling when it's over.
Yeah. So I'm all WrestleMania. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, the Swerve story came out today, and crazy is I talked to Swerve for almost an hour. So much stuff didn't even make it to the story. I'm going to do like a wrestling pod and just get all that Swerve. We talked about so many different things. He made me feel old when he's like, yeah, my dad listened to Tupac. I was like, your dad? And then he's talking about, I had no business listening to Cameron. I was like, I was in college when that came. He's like, I had no business listening to that. And he's like, yeah, man, in my house, my mom and my dad listening to Carl Thomas and Mary J. Blige. I'm like, oh Lord, I'm an old man now. These guys are talking about like the music of my childhood, the way I talked about like the Delphonics.
They're talking about the music of your damn near adulthood. Like we were,
like
21 years old when this stuff was out.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, my dad was always playing Tupac. I'm like, your dad? Kind of reminds me of when I told De'Aaron I played Mario Kart in college. He's like, wow, really? Because he's playing it as a rookie before a game. I'm like, yeah, that was the game we played like in 96, 97. He looked at me like, geez. He's like, maybe my dad can relate to that. I'm like, probably, yeah.
You mentioned Cameron, sports journalist.
Journalist. Yeah.
Oh man, that show is so wild.
Him and Mason Betha.
That is so wild. I love it. I mean, it's so hilarious. I love it. The whole, you owe me $1 if Ben Simmons can't average 10 points.
Oh man.
I mean, if a lot of folks don't realize it. Cameron was like a real hooper. He ain't just some guy, the whole
ones too. They played together.
Yeah. Yeah, because I know Cameron was in the the NYC point guard Doc. Yeah, because
he always plays that, shoots that, has that screenshot of him playing like in the city championship at the Garden when he was in high school. Cameron Giles at the free throw line.
Yeah, and that's another moment when I realized I was getting old, when I was watching college football and there was a Cameron, not Cameron, a Cam apostrophe Ron playing.
Oh my god.
They had Cameron and Raekwon. I was like, oh God.
Oh man.
I said, we got Cameron. I said, there was not a Mace playing. There might have been Mason, but there was not a Mace. But I'm like, man, I'm officially an old man, as my kids or my kids tell me. You're not that old.
You're not that old. You're still young and vibrant. Real quick before we go into basketball, I want to ask you one more thing about Mania. I mean, just got to tap in with you. I mean, how you think all this plays out?
Oh man, this is a tough one because I think the bloodline loses. Somebody's losing from the bloodline. I think it's going to be the tag team titles. I think the Sami Zayn momentum is a lot like Kofi Mania was, same way with Daniel Bryan, to where they might tear SoFi down if somehow Sammy doesn't leave there with a belt. I'm kind of torn on I think Bianca keeps her belt. I actually think Rhea might actually let
Rhea's got to get this back. Like
I actually think Charlotte might actually lose. I don't know how they're going to do it. I think
Charlotte has to lose just so she can pass 16. That's the whole point of her winning and losing these titles over and over again, is so she can get past 16.
Yeah, and I think the Cody. I mean, I could see Cody not winning and this thing going on the SummerSlam.
Yeah, that's what I'm starting to lean towards, especially if you take the belts off the Usos. You just the whole bloodline's getting their ass kicked in LA, huh? I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, and I think too the fact that Cody got hurt really kind of stopped up we lost all that buildup, and I think for the plan to eventually put the belt on Cody, you want to have all that buildup. And I think the perfect way to build it up to SummerSlam is to be like, you know what? He got so close at Mania, but, Jimmy and Jay, to save their names in the family, made sure that Roman kept his belt because they lost their belt. There's going to be, I think the tag team belts get dropped, but I think somehow they, unless Roman decides he needs 3 months off,
Yeah.
Well, look, we saw that.
Going to go film Fast and Furious 11.
Right. You might be a lead in the movie. After we were watching the little WrestleMania,
the Goodfellas. Did you see the Goodfellas?
Oh, they're having fun. Yeah, they're
Roman ready for a movie. I think, man. Roman could get on the big screen, man. He really could.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean that. He's had some real funny moments on the microphone. Which led to some funny tweets by me that got me retweeted 1 million times. But hey, his take on the, I don't know. Oh, this is daytime radio. I won't say that one. But
well, can't be anything worse than we've said.
I mean, the whole point about doing the missionary over and over again.
Well, yeah, I remember that one. That was a hell of a line for WWE.
On Fox at that. On a Friday, I was like, whoa. And then my son turns to me and goes, what does that mean?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'll explain it to you later. Let's just finish watching this show, son.
Well, at least your nephew didn't look at you and go, hey, what does scissor me daddy mean? At least that didn't happen to you. At least that didn't happen when he looked to his dad and said, hey, Dad, what's this mean? And he's, I don't know. And then he looks straight at me. Uncle D'Lo, what does that mean?
See, Jason handled it just like the dad would. He asked, I don't know, son. And keep it moving. I don't know.
Dad, why is that funny? I use scissors at school. I don't get it.
That was a wild moment.
Oh, that was something. That was something indeed.
We've gone off the rails. See, I'm sorry.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. By the way, you mentioned a name that we didn't bring up today, and that's me. Ben Simmons was shut down.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to start weighing the possibility like this. I know everybody has their Ben Simmons jokes and their Ben Simmons opinions. I mean, there's got to be some reality to this brother not playing basketball anymore.
Yeah, I mean, even going back to when he was in college, I was hearing stories about essentially he was the guy who was really talented, but if he wasn't 6'10", he wouldn't be playing basketball.
Yeah,
he's just kind of one of those guys that
he was good at it, so he did it.
Yeah, and it's just crazy that he made what 2 All-Star games. 1 year, I think at one point you could argue he was the best perimeter defender in the game, or at least the most versatile defender you could. I mean, at one point, then now to watch it now, it'd be like, man, what was that one gift someone sent me on Twitter? Like he made 2 free throws and did the Jordan shrug.
Come on, man.
He was like 2 free throws, baby. I was just like, man. Mace making $1 off of him not averaging 10 points.
Oh man.
I mean, he's not with Clutch anymore for whatever reason. Who knows what's going on with Ben at this point. But yeah, this is just when that whole Brooklyn Nets thing was falling apart, I was like, man, they're gonna, after all the stuff they went through and all these guys they signed and traded for, they're gonna end up stuck with all they got left is Ben.
And they still came out pretty good.
Yeah.
After it's all said and done.
Yeah.
With some of the guys they got. Yeah, that's interesting with Ben Simmons. The summer of Ben Simmons, I'll never forget. We talk about him every day.
That man had his own summer.
He had the summer of Ben Simmons, but I didn't anticipate him ending up like this.
Yeah.
And I hope he does play again. I hope it works out, but it's looking bleak, and I ain't talking Memphis.
Yeah, I hope whatever he's dealing with or working, because I think a lot of people kind of laughed at the whole idea that his mental health was an issue in Philly. But there really could. I mean, we don't know. We really don't know. Yeah. And I just hope whatever he's dealing with, if it's physical, I think there's clearly some physical things wrong. And I think what we tend to forget is that, and like all seriousness, is that in basketball, especially, a back injury is major. A lot of guys are never the same. Like, Dwight Howard was never Dwight Howard after he hurt his back. He could still get doubles, but people forget. Look at Dwight Howard up until like 2011, what he was doing before his back got hurt. Yeah. I mean, a back and Ben's 6'10", if he's 6'10" with a bad back, that's a major thing. And I mean, we've seen guys' careers end over this.
Yeah,
where you get a bad, like I said, watching, young Dwight Howard was a monster. And I think even like when the whole NBA top 75 came out, people were laughing at the idea that Dwight Howard was snubbed. I'm like, look at that run he had where he won 3-4 Defensive Player of the Year, got Orlando to the final. People forget his team was the one who sent LeBron home and prevented the Kobe and LeBron puppets from meeting the final.
Yeah, absolutely.
God knows how much that cost Nike that year.
Damn, the go-to finals was about to be crazy with those two in it.
Yeah, everybody was ready for it, and then Dwight was like, "Nope."
Yeah. Real quick before we get into the Kings, something about the Kings last night that I didn't talk to Damian about since I mentioned it to him. It was confirmed there was a bat flying through Golden One Center last night.
The bats are back.
Kenny was like, "Oh, there's a bat," and I kind of I heard and I looked at Leo. I was like, "Did he say there's a bat in here?"
There's normally didn't the bats last appear in San Antonio?
Yeah, Ginobili smacked it down.
I think I was at one of the bat games because there was more than one in San Antonio. I was at one of them. I wasn't at the one where Ginobili smacked it. I don't think though.
There's a the parking garage in Old Sac. I learned over the summer gets filled with bats. I will never park there again. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Until I got out there, I was like, man, all these birds are crazy. And I end up getting on the wrong floor. And I got off the elevator. It was almost like the Sports Center commercial. Elevator open. I saw all these bats on that floor. I said, I'll go on another floor. I don't know if I'm getting my car today, to be honest with you. Not doing it.
That's good. That's good intel. I'll never. Yeah. Oh God, I would. Oh man.
Yeah. bat problem.
I never saw the bat, so I guess there was a bat, and I guess a bat wanted to be a part of history. And
that left disappointed,
and the bat left as disappointed as everybody else did. I'll ask you this, Jay. Kenny's brought this up a couple of times. Did it feel like the Kings felt that moment a little bit last night?
I say more so that Minnesota's just a bad matchup for them. I don't think it's more of the moment. I mean, because it's not like if they didn't win last night, they weren't going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I get they could clinch tonight while watching on TV. So, I mean, it's not like it was a do or die. If we don't win tonight, we're not, I don't think it was. I just think Minnesota's a bad matchup for them. And I just think I put it more on that. I'm not going to say they were nervous or, they were afraid of the moment or anything like that. No, I just think that, if that game was against Portland last night, they clinch. Especially if Portland's shutting down, you played a team that probably needed that win more than you too. So I mean, there's also that too. Minnesota's is hungry. They're trying to get to 6. They don't want to be in the play-in, so they might have had a little extra oomph. But even with that, that's just not the best matchup for the Kings overall, and they haven't been this year, even without Cat. So I put it more to that. I'm not gonna jump to the morning television show debate. The Kings are afraid, like they're going to lose like 10 in a row because they're afraid to make the playoffs.
No, I don't even think it's more of afraid. Like when I brought it up, it was more just wanting to get it done. This was a 1 of 1 to get it done the way it would happen last night. Like they're not, like you said, they could clinch tonight. They're on the road for the rest of the week. They're probably going to clinch Wednesday. Like this was a 1 of 1 to get it done in front of the home crowd, have this big celebration at the Golden One Center. In a way, it's not about being afraid. It's you really want it to happen tonight. Like you were pressed to really want to get it done. I thought they were sped up a little bit. They were a little out of their comfort zone last night because it's like anything. Like to finally get it done, it's like a closeout game almost. Like that's one of the hardest games because you want to get it done so bad. And the other team, in this particular case, Timberwolves, fighting for their playoff lives. It's just one of those things, man. They missed a lot of open shots. They would have made them. We could have said the crowd would have propelled them to the win. It's one of those things. But
I give more credit to Minnesota. I just think that's just not a great matchup for them. And
is it the length?
Yeah, I think I know. I talked to other coaches. If you're going to beat the Kings or give them problems, if you've got a lot of, you got length, if you got some big, physical type guys, that's who's going to give them problems. I know me and Kenny go back and forth about the effectiveness of Rudy Gobert, but I think Rudy is a problem for them because Sabonis is he's not, when you're playing them, he's not going to go camp out in the corner like a Terrence Mann did in the playoffs and just dare him to come out there. That would be the Kings going against what they do best by all of a sudden telling Sabonis, you go play 30 feet from the basket to get Rudy out the paint. So I just think it's a match. I think it's just the size or whatever. Naz Reid becomes like Charles Barkley.
Naz Reid.
Random nights. I mean, when Ant-Man is, that dude sometime. And he wasn't even like, a superstar last night. It wasn't like he went for 40. But they just have some pieces, I think, that just, can give the King some problems.
Is that the most difficult matchup? Like, what do you think is the most difficult first round matchup? Right now, it is Minnesota. Of course, that's probably going to change 6 or 7 times before the end of the regular season. But right now,
change tonight. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It very well could. Minnesota slotted at 6 right now, though. Are they the most difficult potential matchup for them?
I think if you're the Kings, you want to avoid teams who have a lot of size up front. So I think that would be Minnesota. That would be you don't want the Lakers in that spot. I think you'd much rather see someone like a Dallas who doesn't care about a Dallas. To me, even and I know it sounds crazy, but it could happen depending on how the worst to go. You'd rather see the Clippers, who will downsize and you've had success against, and will play with you, and you might get the Clippers without Paul George, or a Paul George coming back from an injury. I don't think you want to see a team that has a good seven, an Anthony Davis, a Gobert, or a Cat, because you'll see both of those guys. If you play Minnesota, you'll see Towns and Gobert. Could it be funky out there, especially because they also got to have Cat defend, like say Keegan Murray, maybe. Is that going to be a problem? Yeah. But on the other end, if they sit Gobert, Cat is still, for maybe his issues on defense, as people might point out, that man still can get you 20 and 15, 25, 30 and 15. So I just think if they could somehow even get like an OKC, which doesn't have a lot of size. Yeah, Shea's great, but that's not a big team. You don't look at their front court and go, oh my God, they're going to try to push us around. So I just think of the 5 teams below them. I think Minnesota and the Lakers would be the 2 teams. If they could choose, they would want to avoid them. I know no one wants to see Steph, but Warriors don't, that's not the Warrior team from last year.
Yeah, it's not the Warriors, it's Steph.
Yeah.
You can give us the Warriors. I just don't want to see Steph.
Like if it could be the Warriors and it's like, and Steph decides he wants to go on vacation early, fine.
Yeah, go do that.
Yeah, but I also think the Warriors would play their style, which would help. I just think that's not a team that's going to, Kevon Looney that's not Gobert.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the 2 teams they would want to avoid, just in terms of a matchup, not because they're afraid of them per se, but matchup wise, would be the Lakers and Minnesota.
I throw Phoenix in there too.
Oh, I forget. I guess because I keep thinking Phoenix is not going to go below 5, but who knows?
Yeah.
I just
don't think they are either.
Yeah, I don't see Phoenix. Well, who knows? I've seen weirder things, and then here's the other thing for the Kings. What about this? What if you get really close to, you're right there with Minnesota? Not Minnesota, Memphis, and you look down and say you got 2 games to go, and 6 is pretty much, 6 is a more favorable matchup than the potential 7 matchup. Do you do what teams do back in the day and say, you know what, hey, De'Aaron, hey, Sabonis, we're going to rest that hand for this last couple of games because we'd rather stay at 3 and play the Warriors and then risk getting the winner of a, say, Lakers, Minnesota play-in. There's going to be some things to think about as you get down the stretch. I'm not saying it is, but man, these, 2 weeks ago, the Lakers were like 13th, and then all of a sudden they were in 8th one day. So, I don't know how this thing is going to go. At one point, I thought Phoenix would catch the Kings. Now Phoenix is like, every time I see Monty Williams, he's asking for more free throws. Right. Like every game, Monty's just like, here are the free throw numbers, I'm done. So, I don't know what's going to happen. Ja's back, but who knows, Memphis may want to avoid a city with a nice nightlife,
Well,
they might be like, oh Lord, we can't draw an LA team. We're done. We may not see half our team at practice in the morning.
Taylor's going to be flying his team back and forth from Memphis to LA.
He's going to be like, no, after practice, taking the bus like to
Fresno. I'm going to go stay in Fresno.
We got a 3-hour bus ride in for practice. Like, where are you guys going? We're going to what? Kern County? Why? No, we're not taking our chances in LA County, Inland Empire. No, we're going to get these guys. We'll get them out of here.
Kings aren't catching Memphis either. I don't think that's happening.
I think the Kings are locked in that.
That's 3. Yeah, they got 3.
They're literally it's just home court. I was about to say they're literally like a game away from clinching that too, but that's just home court, right? It's not the 3 seed.
I think it's the 3 seed, isn't it? Yeah, because they have the tiebreaker on LA too. So I think if Phoenix had lost last night and the Kings had won, that would have served a dual purpose. It would have clinched the playoff spot, but I think it would have solidified the 3 spot.
Isn't this way more fun than trying to figure out what guy they're going to draft?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what I always try to remember, Jason, is like, yeah, I wanted him to clinch last night. Yeah, I want this thing to be done as soon as possible, but damn, this
These are first world basketball problems. These are like first world basketball problems. Oh, damn, we got to clinch on Wednesday instead of Tuesday. It's like, okay, these are the problems that you want to have. Usually this time of year, I'm like, I would have been trying to book my flight for the combine where everyone knew my name. It was like Cheers when I showed up at the combine. They're like, hey, here's some new writers. They haven't been here before. He knows where everything is. He's here every year.
The ropes.
Yeah, it's like,
yay!
Yeah, it's like, I'm like, hey, but now I walk in, hey, oh yeah, you know where to go. I'm like, thank you.
Didn't you say it can't go any further than Wednesday?
What was it?
It was the Suns and Timberwolves on Wednesday.
Yeah, like it has to end right there because one of those teams has to lose.
I guess I'm just laughing because this is like such a far departure from like the last almost 2 decades. Normally, for years, it's been maybe the Kings can spoil it for.
Which leads me to believe why. So, okay. So the Kings can clinch if the Pelicans win tonight.
Mm-hmm.
But once that's out, maybe I'm wrong on that because I feel like the NBA would just release something saying the Sacramento Kings have clinched the playoff spot because someone in this Phoenix Minnesota match is going to lose.
Yeah.
Like there's no other outcome besides one of those teams losing.
Yeah, we're not going to have a tie.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Timberwolves aren't involved in this.
Think Minnesota is.
Maybe Minnesota's not involved in this. You know why they're
not? Because they have the tiebreaker.
Oh,
they got the tiebreaker against the Kings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's just the Clippers and the Suns.
Yeah, you need two losses
and not one. Okay,
Minnesota.
Well, maybe this thing can drag out till Sunday.
Who knows? Like I said, I got that bottle of wine was 4 years old. I think I said I wouldn't drink it till the Kings were in the playoffs.
And I had to wait another day. You might get to open it tonight.
What I'm thinking is I may save it for the actual playoff game. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. Do I drink it because they made it, or do I drink it and say I'm going to sip this wine while I watch the Kings in a playoff game? Something I haven't done since I had hair.
I just want this to be over with. Just clinch this too. Pelican. Let's go Pelicans.
Keisha Cole
listening to Master P the whole way home.
Man, now who the Pelicans got?
The Warriors.
Oh, see, let me see. Who do my friends in LA want to win though? That's what all that really matters. No, I need the Warriors.
Yeah, you probably want the Warriors to win.
I need the Warriors to win. Yeah, I need 7 through 10 to be jump. Yeah, I need the Warriors. Yeah. Let me go find my what's it called? Dub Nation. What are they called or whatever?
Our Dubs. Dub Nation.
I gotta roll my boy Draymond. Yeah, my boy Draymond.
Go get your Draymond jersey. Get your Draymond domino.
Get my Draymond. Yeah, tell him don't throw that pass that he threw on Sunday. My God,
man, this all could have been avoided. This all could have been avoided.
Somehow they find a way to blame Draymond for all of this.
All could have been avoided.
It wasn't even tied. They were winning. Just throw the ball away.
And Karl Anthony Towns took the worst looking three in the history of history.
It was like one of them. It was one of those. What are you doing? Oh, it went in.
Yep. That's exactly what it was. Man, have fun this weekend. Awesome. I'm jealous. This is a wrestling fan's dream this weekend, man. So have a blast.
Yeah, that is the plan. To have a good time, and hopefully nothing crazy ends up on social media. Hopefully I don't have one too many and meet a favorite wrestler and say something embarrassing.
Oh, I hope you do. That'll make social media much better if you do that.
It probably would. Yes. Yeah. I do it for the entertainment. Yeah. I probably would. Yeah.
The Professor, we appreciate you, Jay. Thanks, man.
All right. Take care, y'all.
That's Jason Jones of The Athletic right there. Mr. WrestleMania himself.
Mm-hmm.
That's a hell of a weekend he's got ahead of him.
Big time weekend.
That is a hell of a weekend.
He's going to be. I want to check that out.
He's going to be exhausted.
When they
That's a
come,
lot of wrestling to consume in a 5-day period.
my guess and my hope is they go to Vegas after Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'm sure Vegas isn't too far, and it's indoors because they don't like the West Coast starts, but because they can control the lighting indoors, it's fine. Like I don't think Levi never is happening again. Yeah. If you want, what do we have coming up, Jesse? Do we have Run It Back coming up? What is on the way?
We got Trysta, some recap of yesterday, and we got Jason Jones.
All right, terrific. If you're listening on ESPN 1320 or the Odyssey app, don't go anywhere. We'll run it back next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Kings clinch tonight.
No. Goodness gracious. All right.
Ooh.
Yeah. The last edition of D-Lo and KC. Turn in my resignation letter. What? I thought everything went great. You literally said nothing to me. Absolutely nothing. Oh, look at our guy, Rich Ripley. He's working hard for us.
Shout out, Rich.
Oh, he's working hard for us. Rich.Ripley. All right, guys, we're going to get out of here and bitch and complain about stuff. So we love you guys. I'll try to be on time tomorrow.
We're good.
Okay.
Kings are clinching tonight, baby.
Yeah, Dr. David has shut it down. We'll see you guys. Hit the thumbs up before you go. I know I didn't say that much. Hit the subscribe buttons.